Okay, I thought of an important addendum that hopefully this won't take long to talk through. So obviously, sort of the age-old sort of question in psychology is how much of this is sort of internal structure and how much of this is sort of perhaps culturally bound or a kind of a particular developmental um, malformation in terms of the cessation of a developmental stage that was um, prevented, and therefore this is a kind of an overlay of a structural, sort of thing or whatever. And so I have to keep those sorts of considerations into the mix. That it might be that in some sense what we think of as borderline, or it's even narcissism, and I want to talk more about narcissism, although I haven't properly thoroughly thought about it yet, is that at least what might be the case in borderline is that borderline is this potentially, it's either particular to a certain sort of metatype because of just the dimensions involved in the structure of the personality style, makes it very hard. In some sense, it's as if that personality style had a kind of arrested development, but in some sense it was always preordained and predestined because the parts involved in that personality style are just, they're not amenable to the structure that the false ego uh, is in the form of. So it's sort of the formula of the false ego just gets like predictably sort of unfinished by that format of personality style. It can't be done. It's like a square peg in a round hole. Um, and then it might also be that that in some sense that it's not quite that case, but it's similar to that case where it's that, well, it will precipitate a certain amount of very difficult challenges which are almost destined to be failed, and therefore you get the kind of the inculcation of a consistent sort of pathological structural developmental malformation that just happens to be incredibly common, and you just get sort of variations on that same malformation, on that theme of that malformation effectively, which is somewhat corralled by the dimensions involved, and in terms of how hard it is to meet those challenges in terms of the ordinary structure of the false ego complex, or at least the type of false ego complex of that particular metagram type or metatype or something like that, because there are multiple different circuitries that exhibit that are the same metatype, but each metagram type is distinct, except for maybe some subspecies within double circuits, that maybe double circuits have intrinsically a kind of unique variability in terms of how those circuits relate to one another, or how they could be calibrated to relate to. And some double circuits might have variance and other double circuits might not, because there are about like 5 distinct different forms of double or circuitry in general, 5 different forms of different circuitry. Anyway, which I haven't fathomed, let's say, the mysteries of all of what those differences in circuitry actually mean, but I do have them clearly defined in metagram well enough that when the greater context of what's going on there is discovered, then it'll be easier to sort of reverse engineer, well, why those differences exist, or what those structural circuit differences mean in terms of the overarching of what's actually happening in the false ego. Now, what I think it might be true that then borderline, in some sense, is characterized as as an unfinished sin in terms of the superego or the inner child, and therefore the whole adult ego has this kind of permeability of this kind of, that it's in progress, that it's sort of, it's virtually being accomplished in some sense, because, which might again be a reflection of the fact that the vanity is just so unobtainable, and it cannot, it's in such bad, the vanity, the promise of the vanity to, through via the false prophet contract, was just not attainable. It's just such a palpably false promise in some sense, or it's not a false promise, that the person is working under those auspices, but it just doesn't gel with other people. It's not passable. It doesn't pass as anything other than a kind of unilateral unilateral solipsism. And I mean, in some sense, maybe it is possible. Maybe some people do buy into it as it's, as the human act that it is, or whatever. Whereas I think I see through it, and I've even described it as just unadulterated psychopathy. That it's no different from a primary psychopathy, that and that other people that can't see through it, and that call it, oh, it's just having an alloplastic defense or whatever. But in some sense, I seem to ground the epistemology of that condition, as it were, in the person's superego, as that they are orchestrating their false ego complex, their adult false ego complex, from still having a seat of consciousness in their superego in some sense. And that's because their vanity, I think, is aware of where they're coming from. Anyway, I don't want to go into that complexity too much. So, what is narcissism? So, I haven't given this that much thought yet, but I think narcissism might have it also have structures in the original superego, or the inner child, which is, the trial and the sin of the original inner child superego thing. That might be, there's something that's happening there, which is then also making the adult ego sort of robotic. And in some sense, I think, just sort of intrinsically, my intuition is that it has to do with the vanity of the of the superego, that somehow they have more structure in their adult ego, which is an overpowering kind of structure, which keeps it bottom heavy, which keeps their adult ego in the death and the lust. In some sense, they are experiencing the death and the lust sort of firsthand, and their vanity, which would be the perception, they don't actually have a vanity in terms of their adult ego. They don't have a real vanity. In some sense, they still have a vanity from their superego, or their original inner child, or their original superego. That vanity is the overarching vanity, and they're still in the trial and the sin of their original superego, or their original inner child. And then so they see this game of adults functioning around them, and they don't correspond to that because they don't have an adult ego of themselves. So they the false self that Sam Vaknin talks about is essentially a false vanity. They have a play vanity in some sense, but they have only, therefore, inasmuch the false self then has an enticed lust, and has a trial, and has a sin, and then that has a sort of a virtual false prophet that then hooks back into it. But they don't experience that. That's a kind of, those facilities in their adult ego are naive. They are experiencing them as a kind of, as someone who has snuck into the circus, and they don't have tickets for any of the rides, and they've got sort of forged papers, and they're just sort of trying to, and they've got a story as to why they don't have the ticket that looks like everyone else's ticket, but they're using their substitution of those things to go to all the rides, but they're sort of, they know that they shouldn't be there. They know that it's not for them. They know that, and but they have to. They're sort of, there's no alternative. So it's sort of like, even as they are passing off these forged tickets or whatever, it's a kind of, it's a naive participatory engagement in the adult ego structures. Um, I need to think about this more, but it's going to be something like that. And obviously, the tricky part is to work out exactly what's going on in the superego, in the original inner child superego thing. That how does the vanity, in some sense, the vanity is alluring, and it's not perhaps, or maybe it is the enticed lust, but there's something about the vanity that is preventing the development of the, I mean, that would be my guess, that it's something like that. In some sense, maybe they have an adult ego, but in some sense, in the same way that normal people have an adult ego, and then they treat their original inner child or their original superego as the platform for their adult ego. They need, the two cities need each other, as it were. The two vanities need each other so that the one can be successful and the other one can be unsuccessful by the supply of the successful one, the internal supply, in some sense. Whereas the the narcissist has put the cart before the horse, perhaps because they talk to the false prophets and they don't like the promise. In fact, what the false prophet is promising them is not a better deal than the original superego false ego, than the inner child's false ego. In some sense, it might be that, like, originally they wanted to get into a false ego, and so they were talking to the false prophet in their mind and looking at the contract and saying, okay, that's interesting. Okay, let's start developing the springboards to get into it. And then once they started developing the springboard, that subjective experience just loses interest in the developmental continuation. They don't want to have their original inner child consumed, the image sapped, and to energize, because from that perspective, the next one, the adult ego, is actually a downgrade. It's like it's worse. It's sort of, so, like, they have a kind of judgment about their adult ego vanity which turns sour. And that judgment, therefore, keeps the seat of consciousness in the original superego. And in some sense, then they have, but they still need a second body. They need a second thing. But now they've got, you need to still have another vanity. You need to have a separate internal vanity to extract from. But now, so they're doing the adult ego in reverse, because they want to make their original superego into the adult, and they want to make their false self into the supporting character, the supporting vanity that's being extracted from. But now they've got the cart before the horse, because it used to be that the one that supplies the other one is ontologically prior, that the original inner child comes before the adult ego. But now they want an adult ego that is taking on the role of the original inner child, and they want to sort of dress themselves as the adult, dress their original superego as as the leading force, as the protagonist, when it's even designed to be the supporting role. So they kind of are entrenched into this kind of into this lopsided, inverted, sort of structure that was designed to flow the other way, and they've sort of reversed it. And so everything is sort of backwards. Usually people's inner childs are buried within them, whereas because the narcissist's false ego is the second act, they have to actually work at it. They actually have to sort of they have to act it out. They have to sort of they can't just do it hypothetically internally in a kind of in a conceptual relatedness to it. They have to actually participate in it to make it real, to essentially, the same old story, generate narcissistic supply in order to consolidate this cart before the horse sort of scenario in some sense. And then, in the same way that, like, mortification in ordinary people, let's just say, or what would facilitate this mortification in ordinary people, which is the revisiting of the false prophet contract, in some sense, perhaps because the narcissist only has put the cart before the horse, and they don't have an authentic sort of two vanities, the one stealing from the other or supplying the other, because that isn't stable in some sense. The original superego is actually playing both. In some sense, they actually have to have a split sense of their inner child, or their original superego has to have two phases or two different sort of isotopes, or whatever, in that, and they have to sort of oscillate between them in order to generate some kind of balance, because they don't really have a second vanity to steal from. So they need a duplicate vanity. They need a duplicate sort of circuitry to the one that they operate. They need sort of two. So, in some sense, and one of them perhaps will be geared towards aggrandizing the adult ego. So they kind of, because I know what I've just said sounds a bit convoluted. Well, what I said was convoluted, but I think it's roughly true. So let me just go through it more slowly. So essentially, you have a phase, or I can't think of a word, but you have two modes of the superego for the narcissist, and one of the modes, in some sense, is just there to prop up the adult ego and to fully believe and manifest the adult ego. It's there to supply the adult ego, so that that adult ego, i.e., the false self in the narcissist, can therefore be the best kind of fall guy of the cart before the horse, that can supply the vanity of the other mode of the superego, or the inner child. So essentially, the inner child is so unstructured because it's put the cart before the horse, and therefore it doesn't have a proper supporting character for its protagonism. It has to kind of it has to sort of duplicate itself to help feed the adult ego, so that that fed and fattened adult ego, which is the false self, can then be the best kind of cart before the horse that supplies the inner child again. But essentially, because they're always trying to sort of, it's in the wrong order. They can't. Everything is reverse engineered in some sense. So their access to the sustenance that they're extracting from the adult ego, which is already the wrong way around, because the only point of contact between the inner child and the adult ego is the trial and the sin. So what the adult ego would be taking from the original superego would be, it's charging up its death and its lust, which is the beginning of a false ego complex. Whereas the narcissist, the only point of contact for the internal thing that they have to take from is the trial and the sin. So, in some sense, it's fundamentally frustrating. It's fundamentally sort of, the only experience that they have in terms of their inner child, in terms of what they have to take from their adult structure, is just the so in some sense, the only way that they can sort of enjoy that contact is if it's fun to set up a death. It's fun to set up a death and a lust, a knowledge of good and evil, and this is, I think, in some sense, what characterizes narcissism, is this idea of sort of controlling or generating or manufacturing the knowledge of good and evil. Because that is their experience of their adult ego, which they have to that's their only way of relating externally, um, at least to inverted commas ordinary people who have false ego complexes, who are doing things deeper than the knowledge of good and evil. They're doing things like vanity, and they seem to have a stable trial and sin and enticed lust. So they have a stable drama. Their life is conditioned by a kind of persistent drama that's characteristic of their internal structure, which the narcissist doesn't have, that elaborated internal structure. Um, this is important stuff, but I'm too tired to go into this now. But anyway, I'm going to deal with narcissism more elaborately later on. I think I'm going to go to sleep for a bit. Okay, continuing on to talk about theoretical metatype modeling in relation to narcissism, and just talking about metatype modeling in general as well, and then speculating as to what the metatype structure is of narcissism. Now, I just want to say in all of this, when I'm talking about borderline and narcissism, that I am probably very well selling metagram short, because I think that when the metagram, the actual contents of the emotional tones are plotted into metatype, I think you might find that there is that the metagram contents and circuits themselves are facilitating these, in the narcissistic sense, the naive sort of virtual false ego or false self. It might be essentially written into the metagram circuitry, and in the same way, the top heavy functioning of the borderline, so that it all functions in terms of their the third pair of perception and judgment, which I even used to call that pair, before I renamed it after the four sides of the mind terminology. I named it the superego, but I did think of it always as the ego function. But there might be something that naturally resonates the ego function with the superego, because it is essentially the door back to the false prophet contract, as it were. And the functioning of that in the borderline, is the access to mortification, and in some sense they can only access it through their, what is to them, their false self, what is sort of subjectively perceived by the narcissist to be the false self. And it is a kind of and it is their false self, because essentially they're so bottom heavy in their structure, in that they don't have an endemic sense of ownership of anything after the death and the lust in their adult ego complex. And that might be because essentially their super ego original inner child image or structure which in some sense might also be like summarized as the structure of the basic engram or the structure of the seed in the false ego complex, which is what metagram is somewhat is displaying in a circuit description. That there's a kind of that there are layers in that circuitry when it's transcribed into metatype that basically say these things are happening, but they are detached. They are happening essentially in a very projective fashion in which it's a I don't know how if you want to describe the putting the cart before the horse sort of scenario, and that sort of that the horse is the carriage and the carriage is the horse, in terms of their perception of via their sort of their false ego contract, that their false ego contract is sort of includes the reading of the false ego contract, that their false ego contract of sort of subverting something external includes the subversion of their own false ego contract, or the inversion of it, or something like that. It might be something in that vein. And yeah, and I can't sort of say exactly what it is, so it sounds ignorant for me to do this, but I think that I might be selling metagram short. That metagram might, in some sense, when it's properly transcribed into metatype, the metagram circuitry might already show this bias or this tendency of it being a bottom heavy personality style. Or the other plethora of possibility is that, and I've gone through this in terms of the last recording that I made as well, that it's a combination of a basic tendency, because of the metatype objects are just, they lend themselves to that kind of malformation in development, and that kind of semi-stable sort of disruption, that it's a sort of ad hoc structural path, or at least it might be a combination, that in some sense that is a very tricky false ego to develop, and it's capable of being corrupted, but in a semi-stable way, in that it can precipitate something like narcissism, in which usually other people, if they were in such an arrested development in their false ego complex, they would still continue, but essentially because their false ego complex had a particular dimension at a particular breakpoint that was developmentally broken, that it could actually sort of cope with the break in some sense, and sort of generalize the break, or go with the break and move forward to still sort of actuate the false ego contract, but in a kind of in a way in which it produces this translucent adult ego, where so much of its functioning or operation is a kind of translucent, naive, sort of implicit, virtual operation. While because perhaps that metagram type has a certain kind of double circuit, that the two circuits can kind of protect the other from, or redirect pressure to the other, or have a certain kind of compact or a certain kind of internal correlation that they cover for each other in such a way as to kind of virtually be conducting the false prophet contract to some degree or another, but with just this kind of this ad hoc work that is being done, which ends up sort of producing this bottom heavy structure in the adult ego that is sort of not capable of developing anything beyond the death and the lust in the adult ego. And is largely in the overt phase propelled into constructing a vanity, an adult vanity, which is not authentically being channeled or being protected, and so it doesn't sort of precipitate a trial and a sin, because the vanity itself is a prototype. And so everything after the vanity is just sort of, it doesn't even occur within the narcissist. Now the real explanation of all of this would be, well, what is going on in the original superego or inner child of the narcissist that is setting up the structure of these relations to the adult ego or within the adult ego? There's something about the death and the lust which is not adopting the seat of consciousness from the original superego or the original inner child. So there's a it might be even that the inner child of the inner child does not produce a viable vanity, because essentially the vanity is both the treasure of a false ego complex and it is the curse. It is the sort of, it sucks the life out of it, because everything sort of, it's the curse of the knowledge of good and evil, that you think that, oh yes, I've got the knowledge of good, I've got the knowledge of good, but then essentially when the knowledge of evil sort of catches up, and it's just a perfect equilibrium, it's a perfect balance, then sort of you realize that, well, now you've just got a golden gilded cage of Sophia, and sort of Sophia is the demon of you can try to embellish the cage as much as you want. You can try to make these sort of treasure maps out of all your understanding and knowledge of the vanity. And the treasure maps always, you can go on some expeditions, but then you realize after you've digested the full extent of those expeditions that it's all, you put under trial. Those treasure maps are put under trial, and eventually you have to tell yourself what you have done. And then the developmental sort of transition between going through that trial and that sin is actually, let's convert the trial into a new death, and let's convert the sin into a new lust in this game, in this adult game, that actually this trial and this sin could be converted into a new initiating point. It's a kind of raw ingredient to start off a whole new sort of thing. Which, I'm only going to vaguely sort of speak it out or whatever, but essentially I think the reason why this is chosen is because the inner child cycling of the false ego just becomes monotonous, and it becomes slavery essentially, and it becomes a sort of a very clear sense that you're trapped in a kind of in a faulty way of thinking, in a faulty behavior pattern, and faulty cognition, and it's monotonous. And essentially, if you can convert the trial and the sin into a new death and a lust, that allows you to go forward. That allows you to sort of go deeper into the same sort of cauldron, into the same issues in some sense. So it allows you to take a second bite at the cherry, as it were, that maybe if you go in this diversionary tract, that you can sort of save the whole program still, that you can sort of, you can still recoup on the investment of the monotony that one has already sort of captivated oneself to. And so the idea is that you can by making this game, you can get you can continue the quest, as it were, and maybe you can sort of recover what has already been sacrificed. And so it's a kind of like trying to find existentially your second wind. And then it's sort of like, and then the sort of the tone is different, because the adult ego in some sense is there to do a job. It's there as a functional instrument to try to reclaim the lost energy, to put Humpty Dumpty back together again. So it's sort of, it has a different mentality. So in some sense it's also more prone. This is why people prefer to be exposed to people that have a mature adult ego, because they are capable of swallowing their initial propensity that their inner child superego, their inner child or original superego is centered around. They don't have these knee jerk responses to sort of magical thinking or whatever, because there is a lot of magical thinking in the original inner child, because it doesn't have the way of filtering. It doesn't have another version of a false ego to help to digest and process and be a conduit or a medium or a kind of an intercessor. It doesn't have an intercessor in some sense. But essentially, the adult ego is fundamentally the fall guy. It's fundamentally a pansy. It's patsy. Or, I don't know. It's fundamentally someone who is there to take the fall. The fundamental lack of integrity is part of the premise of the adult ego. So it's capable of working. It's capable of dishonest work because it's privately contracted by or converted from the original superego, the inner child, into the adult ego. So sort of the true motivation that it's gamified in sort of comporting itself within is a kind of dispersal of the issue of motivation itself in some sense. And in some sense, the only true purpose of the adult ego is to sort of reclaim the integrity that has been sort of put under the gun of the monotony and the sort of the captivation, that when the inner child or the original superego realizes that it can't collapse the false ego complex, it can't put it away, and it can't escape it, and it's a virus, it's a mind virus, and it's actually mentally sore, it's mentally uncomfortable, and essentially the acclimation to that discomfort is itself a it actually, what happens is little children, they develop this pattern of cognition, this habitual sort of cognition, and they can even channel it, and then they can switch it off, and they can channel it and they can switch it off, and at some point they lose the ability to be able to switch it on and off. It happens quite soon when they start fiddling with it. So they develop it, and it's like you're putting it on like a shirt. And it the point of doing this, in some sense, it's using your character like a piece of apparel. It's using your character like a shirt. You are putting on this character apparel because usually it's helpful in some particular space. It's like, well, if I shape my sense of reality and my sense of being into this character, then that'll help me weather the environmental influence more. Then essentially, when I'm dealing with this thing that I'm always dealing with and that upsets me, dealing with some environmental trauma or some environmental attrition, some psychological experience that keeps on happening, usually it's from the primary caregiver, who will sort of victimize the child in the style of their imbalanced false ego. So there's a psychological environment that will always sort of seem to be imbalanced and will always have a kind of recurring signature of influence against the child. And then the child will essentially just try to manage that influence through playing this game, essentially. And when they do that, they can put it on and then they can weather the storm. But essentially, as soon as they put it on and they've taken it off, and they put it on and they've taken it off, in some sense it grows on them to some degree, and they realize that it can be repurposed for broader uses. It has a adaptable utility, and so it grows in its rational alignment with other issues, and it can be extended to be its uses can be extended, and that creative thinking about how it can even be used, as soon as that creative thinking is explored in the mind, you've already kind of gotten an unconscious facilitation of the characterological apparel, and in some sense you can even unconsciously switch it on and switch it off. And so already the unconsciousness in the original superego has already sort of locked away one's full capability of mastery or decision making process, in some sense. The habit, it's because essentially you've already sucked some of your seat of consciousness into um, the kind of the into the subconscious in that game. So it's somewhere between the vanity and the enticed lust in the original superego. And as soon as you've got some seat of consciousness in the vanity's enticed lust, you've got a level of unconsciousness in the death and the lust, that the death has effectively been baked into the unconscious environment. That is how the seat of consciousness in the subconscious resides in some extent. And then as the little child grows up, it moves its seat of consciousness yet again further into um, into the trial and the sin. And when you only have one false ego complex, and then you start experiencing the trial and the sin, it's very problematic because there is no escaping it. And so it's a kind of existential angst. It's a kind of existential um, it's a problem. It's a real metaphysical problem. It's a problem of integrity. It's something to be very depressed by, and something to be very sort of existentially. You also are quite bored by your own solid state of dysfunction, in some sense, because the whole thing is pathological. It's very clear to see how it is a failure, how it can't cope with this trial, mounting against it. And where does the sin lead? The sin just leads to re-endorsing the false prophet contract, which is just essentially the idea that you are enslaved to this failed enterprise. So after that cycles through enough, because one's seat of consciousness and focus of attention is in the trial and the sin, then one reappraises the adult situation and understands what adults are doing to some degree, is that they have swallowed their own inner child. They have swallowed their own original superego complex, and so they have taken their trial and their sin, and they have converted it into a death and a lust of the adult ego, and so then they can start again. But they do it in a different mood. When they start again, they do it with the sense, okay, well, now I actually need to structure this ego in such a way so that it can actually be it's easier for me to inhabit it. It's easier for me, and in some sense, the stupidity of the adult ego is the exaltation of the original superego, or the inner child, because essentially what's happening is that the inner child is saying, well, look, I'm a round peg in a square hole, but when I create this other ego, then it becomes a I can sort of, I'm a round peg in a square hole, but I can make the adult ego into a square peg, because I'm like playing God. I'm playing the environment for the adult ego. So it can sort of shape the impression of the environment. It can shape the impression of the surroundings. And so it's sort of like you've got this tool of a kind of a kind of, it's like cheat codes or something like that, but it's sort of like being the game master and being a participant in the game at the same time, that they can sort of, they can use a kind of cognitive dissonance against the adult ego in order to kind of keep it functioning smoothly in some sense. And so it can be sort of refined as a kind of, as a very sharp instrument, as a very precise and particular instrument, while the superego sort of has this pact to kind of neaten up all the kind of the inconsistencies that are required in order to keep the adult ego running smoothly. So there's this kind of intrinsic collusion, but the collusion is only enjoyed subjectively by the adult ego, and it is maintained from the superego, which that becomes problematic later on, because as the false ego develops, the adult ego becomes more and more big for its boots, whatever. It grows up, and it tries to take all the seat of consciousness from all the other sides of the mind, and it leaves nothing for the original superego. And it actually has a revolt against the original superego. It takes over fully the seat of consciousness, while the superego is still very important for doing all these functions. And then when the superego has to do those functions for itself from its command post within the adult ego, then the functioning of its ego function is the relenting of the it has to function, it has to leverage the machinery of the superego from its ego function simultaneously. It has to end up creating models of the superego from within the ego function when it displaces the seat of consciousness in the original inner child or superego, which puts in a huge amount of weight against its own inner child, because then essentially it's also reframing in how the original superego's trial and sin is itself its own, the adult ego's inner child of its death and lust. So it still wants to have the death and lust, but it's sort of it's made it's cut down its initial charge of the trial and the sin, which it has repurposed as its own death and lust. And so it ends up having to sort of uncover, as a kind of excavation, as a kind of archaeology, it ends up having to sort of make the whole superego conscious from its state of unconsciousness when it takes over the seat of consciousness fully. Now, in some sense, development or maturity in that sense very rarely takes place in individuals. Individuals go their whole lives not developing that kind of maturity. They instead will have the adult ego sort of tie itself into a knot, into some kind of magical thinking or some kind of internal feedback, some kind of cognitive dissonance, some kind of nescient bad faith. There's all manner of sort of ways that it ties itself up to sort of just stop that process, which is the only process of actually getting anywhere further in terms of development. So that kind of development is so rare for it to be naturally precipitated, because you need to track things internally, and there's no motivation to track things with any kind of fidelity or any kind of consistency, and you also need at least something of a map to track these objects. And usually memory itself is confabulated, blah blah blah, delusional thinking, blah blah blah. Everything is stacked up against one. You really have to have an iron will to try to do any of this at all, in some sense. And very few people are actually really interested in seeking the kingdom. They're more interested in being incepted into a narrative that sort of gives them some sort of semblance of an answer. So, there's lots of diversions. There's lots of false prophets in the world, essentially. Beloved, believe not every spirit, for many false prophets are gone out onto the world. Hereby know ye the spirit of truth, and the spirit of error, or is it the spirit of God and the spirit of truth and the spirit of error. All those who confesseth that Jesus Christ is come in the flesh is of God, and all those who confesseth not that Jesus Christ is come in the flesh is not of God. And here is that spirit of Antichrist, whereof ye have heard that it should come, and already even now is it in the world. Anyway, that's 1 John chapter 4, in the King James, which is pretty much the only translation that should be read in English. Okay, so what's my point? Okay, so I'm talking about narcissists. So what is going on with narcissists? In some sense, narcissists just never... Either it's because in downstream, they never developed their own trial, because their enticed lust is still activated, which is actually my explanation of what borderline has done. Was essentially that that borderline is sort of being charged from the subconscious of the inner child. And let me just say that, like, when I believe that you're contracted by the false prophet, you're not given, here's an image, start your adult ego. You have to make your own image. You have to do a kind of, you have to set out a kind of developmental program that is the image that produces the image. In some sense, it's sort of like the petri dish to create the sort of the seed of the fractal that will become the adult ego in some sense. So you have to sort of go through a bit of a quest even to start your adult ego. And in some sense, I think that that developmental program, which the false prophet sort of lays out for you in your communication with that sense of the vanity of the adult ego, in some sense, it's sort of that set of instructions are just not fulfilled. Some of them are just, they're too onerous. They cannot be accomplished. And even as they are being accomplished, because they are sort of, they're setting up the metaphysical substrate of the false ego complex in its totality. So in some sense, when you are in this set of instructions, you are already sort of coalescing the energies, or that's a bit of a metaphor, that are going to line up how the adult ego is going to slot into place. But you haven't gotten to that stage of development yet, because you're actually sort of at an arrested stage of development, because the false prophet instructions are just not capable of being fulfilled. They are not accomplished. And even if they were accomplished, they would just be undermined, because they are far too grandiose, they're far too delusional in some sense. So it's like your semantic engram, in some sense I'm using engram as a metaphor here as well, that your semantic engram is has got layers of sort of faulty, it proceeds from faulty premises. It's got sort of too much wishful thinking baked into it. And so, and I do think that metagram circuitry does take that into account. Essentially, that these are doomed emotional arguments. As I've said, that metagram circuitry is like a circular emotional argument that feeds on itself and that recurs. And I think that that is still happening. But in the metatype sort of decomposition of what's going on, which is in some sense the more, let's say, psychological version, it's the more sort of, if you really want to understand what's going on in contradistinction between people and their different personalities, you have to understand it in terms of the 17 model, because the 17 model is the only thing that is actually shared, and it is the sort of the primordial substrate of consciousness. So we have tracking this. Let me finish off that idea. So the metagram circuitry is just a description of the same thing, but it's a description in terms of the 12 model, which itself is a kind of obtuse reading of the 17, of what the 17 can be embroiled in. Some sense the problem, metagram is certainly an important tool, because it's the only objective thing that is so detailed, and so it's it shows exactly the level of complexity that has to be. That's why I developed it first, is because it is a guiding principle or a stencil that will prove if the metatype interpretation is good enough or complicated enough or has enough layers to sort of account for everything that metagram is describing. But metagram itself is might not offer a therapeutic clue. but it is still a brilliant, detailed description of what's going on. Although it might not be that useful in certain contexts, but it would be. I mean, in some sense, it can be used to plot out exactly what's going on inside of someone in a particular time as well. You can sort of say, okay, well, actually, this is what you're doing within your adult ego right now. This is what you know, and this is what it's sort of inexorably going to sort of lead to. Or in some sense, I think that the problem with metagram is that it's a solid state sort of description. It doesn't break it up into time. It doesn't it doesn't sort of say, oh, okay, well, this is what you're doing now and this is what you're doing now. It's just saying, well, your piece of the puzzle that you're in implies all these other pieces is inexorably connected to these other pieces. It's a holistic sort of mapping of it. Okay, anyway, obviously this is problematic because when I'm talking about metagram, I even can't say that I know what I'm talking about until the metatype transcription is solidified. Um, and I need to have enough of a metatype model before I can actually go deeper into metagram to extract more overlay onto the metatype model from metagram. Um, okay, so let me just go back to narcissism. So I've said that I believe that borderline was an obsession or a kind of holdover from the enticed lust, and that it seems to me that it would make sense that narcissism would be a kind of that they maybe it's that they have a disdain for enticed lust in some sense. So the what the narcissist is someone who has these instructions from the false prophet, which is supposed to lead you on the path into developing an adult ego, but they don't even finish their child. They don't even get to the trial and the sin in their own original superego inner child false ego complex. From they don't get off the springboard because their vanity in some sense is never complete. It's always it's a kind of unfolding expansive project that can always be further calibrated or refined in some sense. They are a perfectionist about their vanity, which allows them to kind of keep the vitality of their inner child sustained within some degree. But then essentially they still try to virtually create an adult ego via the false self, as Sam Wagner names it. So they try to they try to springboard from a stable vanity, which they don't even have that much aversion to. Most people, when they develop their adult ego, they have an aversion to their original superego's vanity because it's toxic. It's slavery. It's the idea of being captured in a sort of monotony of sort of the demon Sophia is the demon in and the brain in the vat. Sort of um, is the idea is to escape from that monotony, whereas the narcissist does not yet experience that monotony as toxic in some sense, or they have somehow they bear it, they make peace with it in some sense, but then their escape from the monotony in some sense is to toy with the false ego, but it's not a kind of endemic revulsion to their vanity. So they never actually move the seat of consciousness from the original inner child superego into the adult ego complex, and they continue to have a false ego instead. Um, which they also have a different relationship thereto, therefore. Because most people, when they have the adult ego, they are proving their mastery over the universe because they can sort of make it a square peg to fit into the square hole, which the original inner child can't fit, or the original superego can't fit. So it's kind of like the Wizard of Oz behind the curtain. That's what the original superego facilitates, is this mysterious world in which they're going to go on this journey through the vehicle of the game of the adult ego, and everything is going to be dandy, everything is going to be great, until it sort of gets too big for its boots and it takes over and it changes the management behind the curtain, and then the whole thing sort of reaches a second sort of point of potential resolution in some sense, where perhaps the whole thing can be set aside, or transcended. But narcissists haven't even reached that intermediate step of having an authentic adult ego, because perhaps what they've done is they have they can produce authentically to some degree the death and the lust, but the vanity that is produced from their death and the lust is completely false to them, is not true. But they can simulate or emulate internally the death and the lust, but they do it. Obviously, the death and the lust is their trial and their sin. But in some sense, because they never engaged in an enticed lust, I think that is actually the deficit of the narcissist, is that they never developed an enticed lust in their original superego. It was sort of cut off from them. Yeah, that seems to me to make a lot of sense, that a borderline is drunk on their enticed lust, and then it was so hard for them to even construct an enticed lust within their traumatic developmental environment, or whatever, their inhospitable area of life, that when they created an enticed lust, it was such an artificial and enforced sort of creation, that then they never experienced a trial properly, because they had to prop up their enticed lust so artificially that then it became impervious to actually, they didn't care about their own trial, so they never developed a real trial and a sin. And so when they engage in the trial and the sin, it's like a completely sort of virtual sort of thing. So their adult ego doesn't have a foundation. It doesn't have a death and a lust in some sense, because they don't resonate with their enticed lust having a trial or a sin. So they're sort of stuck in the enticed lust of the inner child. But again, that might be a mirror reflection of the fact that the vanity that they always wanted to compose was out of the 14th dimension, and that is just a dimension that cannot be put into a systematic umbrella of a vanity. Anyway, you cannot do that to introverted thinking. You cannot systematize introverted thinking without essentially deluding yourself. So I would still say that the metagram circuit is not subverted, because they, in some sense, still have an adult ego. It's just that it seems palpably hollow. It seems palpably virtual and sort of what I've called the autoplasticity strategy. Okay, but from a metatype perspective, one is then making these concessions, these kind of epistemological concessions, that no, this is the condition, this is their experience. It's not a self-propelled sort of internal characterological manifestation or presentation. Anyway, and then the narcissist, what they are doing perhaps is they're screwing over. They never had an enticed lust, so they also never have a trial and a sin, but they are more capable of having a stable false replica of those things, because in some sense the borderline, when they have to sort of pretend to have a trial, the borderline has a semi-false ego in some sense, because they have a trial. They if they want to pretend to be an adult, if they want to cobble together a virtual adult ego, they do so, but they do so while it has an overriding influence from their enticed lust, which has this kind of, because in some sense the enticed lust is more real to their superego, to their inner child. then the whole adult ego complex, which is just cobbled together. And so they have this unilateral internal force that is just completely overriding the adult ego. Perhaps because the adult ego also is fundamentally a failure, because you can't systematize introverted thinking, or the 14th dimension version of introverted thinking is just pretty delusional to try to systematize and to turn into a vanity, turn into an umbrella amplification of the false prophet contract. It's very hard to capture people into a system of capture that is done so from a perspective of introverted thinking. It forces an internal uh, disconfiguration, which is something like making these virtual autoplasticity strategy sent in the clones, different recapitulations of a kind of these adult egos that are purely infused with this unilateral force from the enticed lust, which is not being, which, essentially they don't have an authentic trial, therefore they don't have an authentic sin, therefore they don't have the raw materials to make an adult death and an adult lust. So they're stuck with no sense of a functioning ego function in some sense. In their original inner child's superego, the ego function, which is the trial and the sin, is just never formulates in a way in which that it isn't up for revisiting from the enticed lust influence, or from the enticed lust sort of, and in some sense the enticed lust is the other pole of the false ego complex, because it's sort of Abel in Cain and Abel. The enticed lust is Abel, that you can sort of hack farming, that you can find a way to cheat the system, to cheat the knowledge, that you can just sort of, okay, well, I'll just be a parasite on the herd, on the flock. I'll just be their predator. I'll keep them from the predators, and I'll predate them, and they can farm themselves. They can graze themselves. I'll just keep them safe and eat them. So I just have to protect that natural process from their natural predators, and then I'll live off them. So it's kind of like the shortcut in farming. And then Cain kills Abel. But in some sense, yeah, I've talked about this before, and I've talked about borderline, about how they have that their Seth, as it were, is a faux Seth, is a false Seth, that is basically the kind of is a pretend. So their trial anyway, this sounds so cryptic and weird, but anyway, I do actually go into this whole sort of thing about how they don't have an authentic Seth, they don't have an authentic trial. I've gone into that before, and how they kind of actually have a pretend. They have a new their Seth, they pretend, is Abel in disguise. So like Abel has pretended to die, been killed by Cain, but he hasn't. And so then you have to call him Seth, but it's actually still Abel, and that's basically sort of the problem. Is that allegorically they've got that kind of sort of fundamental deception in that structure. Anyway, and that sort of duplication where they've got this. Anyway, so in some sense, the trial is allegorically like the cloud of Cain haunting Seth not to make the same mistake as Abel. Inducing a sort of morality by the past events which are reminiscent of the death, which in this allegory Adam is representative of the death, as Seth was born in the image of Adam. So he absorbs the conditionality of this new scenario. And then you can even see that, well, if Seth was born in the image of the death, then how, in the image of Adam, and if Adam is allegorically equivalent to the death, then you can see how the trial of the original superego in a child is the death of the adult ego. Okay, so anyway, so the borderline has got that problem in some sense. They don't have an authentic trial, so they never have a Seth to begin with. In some sense, they've got a kind of they've got an Abel in Seth's clothing. And then the narcissist, in some sense, I believe, they don't even go as far as the borderline. The borderline is, I've always contended, is a more sophisticated manifestation to narcissism. That they have something extra, not something less or failed. And the narcissist, I believe, is they have a vanity, but they never precipitate an enticed lust, because they realize that they kind of anticipate the trial. They kind of anticipate the overextension, perhaps, in the superego. And so they would rather engage in something like the enticed lust, but only through the safety of jumping to the adult ego already. So they kind of teleport from their vanity in their original inner child or superego into the enticed lust of the false ego. So they actually target the enticed lust while they try to skip over the vanity, because the vanity in the adult ego is a competing command structure, or a coalescing sort of influence that will eventually steal the light of and the attention of the seat of consciousness from the original inner child superego. And in some sense, that vanity which they disdain, but they want to get at the enticed lust, the grandiosity of the enticed lust in the adult ego, eventually it does still creep in, even though they've put the cart before the horse, and they're doing all this machinery somewhat in reverse to some degree, and it's convoluted and fucked up or whatever. It's still, the vanity in the adult ego will still wreak havoc against them. And I do think that reverse flow influence will be something like the covert phase of the inner child, because it has to sort of pay the piper. It has to sort of reconcile the debt that is growing in terms of how they are accessing the enticed lust in the false ego, and they still want to denigrate the false ego, that it's just its toy and instrument, but at some point the instrument makes their original superego or inner child its instrument. So it has to give up a kind of balance of instrumentality, which it also accounts in its, which is it is accounting for within its vanity. It has to keep track of that to some degree, and to the extent to which that it isn't keeping track of it, or it is sort of internally, the cognitive dissonance, or the cognitive deficit in some sense, might be, and I know I'm contradicting myself, is actually their cognitive deficit is a manifestation of their inner child's original superego's enticed lust. That their enticed lust is a kind of is an overt nescient bad faith, in some sense, that it's a kind of, their enticed lust is that they can hope to control their own adult ego, like with puppet strings that reach from that point. that they can kind of skip over the trial and the sin. And so they are virtually going through the trial and the sin in a kind of implicitly naive kind of way, because their enticed lust is that they can just sort of jump over those phases, that they can just kind of teleport into. They can say, "Oh, I'll take that as read. Don't read me those rights. Don't read me that information. Just put it down as it being read." That they can they have that power. That is the power that their enticed lust sort of affords their vanity. So their enticed lust, in some sense, is colluding with their vanity, and with the kind of is a kind of layer of aggrandizement to their vanity. So they do have an enticed lust, and part of their enticed lust is that they don't have one, in some sense. So it's sort of a bit of a paradox like that, and it amplifies. So in some sense they have an able, but the able didn't go off and sort of make the vanity angry, so that the vanity killed it. The able was actually like a kind of cult member of Cain. But just because Abel is Cain's cult member doesn't mean that it doesn't still perform the same structural function. In some sense, it still kind of goes through the drama. It just does it in a kind of circumlocuitous sort of fashion, where Abel kills Cain kills Abel, and then the trial happens, and then the sin which is the kind of which is more to do with Seth than it does to do with Cain killing Abel. Cain killing Abel and replaced by Seth, and then anyway, what am I saying? Let me just quickly take a break. Okay, what I was saying was that speculatively, in the narcissist, the enticed lust, in some sense, is a conduit for extending the grasp of the vanity, or a special power that the vanity is said to possess. So it sort of exalts. Instead of Abel outdoing his brother, he sort of still outdoes his brother by sort of exalting the original sort of contribution that Cain produces. And so that kind of alliance in the subconscious, which is a kind of unnatural one, because Cain should kill Abel, and then Abel replaced by Seth in the image of Adam, the trial, which is still the looming problem of Cain, that Cain is not blessed when he sacrifices to God. Or that he's blessed in such an unabundant way that it's just like a transaction. So anyway, Abel sort of gives Cain the impression that the vanity can extend its influence in a kind of in teleporting into the future, into contacting the false ego, or the false self, contacting the adult ego complex, without authentically doing the groundwork of producing organically the false ego, the adult false ego complex. So in some sense, the trial itself is representative of the invalidation of the false ego. The trial in the superego is linked also to the kind of a systemic sort of invalidation of the structure of the false ego. So the structure of the false ego is always precarious. The structure of the adult false ego is always precarious in the narcissist. And that is the trial, essentially, which perhaps might also have an ingredient of an authentic death, which the adult ego is premised in. But basically, because of the character of the vanity and the character of how Cain was ostensibly supportive of the vanity, or amplifying of the vanity and exalting the vanity, it's not a clear-cut Seth. In some sense, Seth, the trial, is, let me just think of a good, I think I'm very close to solving the problem of narcissism to some degree in terms of its structural ontology, is that I just need to think of a good enough metaphor. It's going to be a mixed metaphor for what is Seth doing. It's like Seth is a so you have to understand that Seth was born to replace Abel, but he was born in the image of Adam. And there's a missing step that's relevant in this context, in some sense, that comes through quite clearly in the original sort of Cain and Abel sort of story, which is that Seth corresponds to the trial and the death. In as much as that he corresponds to the death, it can be said that he is in the image of Adam. But in as much as that Seth represents also the trial component, which is not really spoken about in the story of Cain and Abel, but which I'm reading into it, that the trial component is because Cain has killed Abel, and that induces a kind of morality that Seth is born into, coping with. It's part of his environment, as he is also in the image of Adam, in the image of the death. So he wants to be the start of a new being, the start of a new image in some sense, that has come out of this environment of murder, and that murder happened for a reason in some sense. And so Seth can't just be, he can't follow in the footsteps of Abel. He has to go a different, he is induced by the environmental pressure, as it were, by the circumstance, to, that is said, he is born in the image of Adam. He's born in the image of a death. In that Adam himself, not that born in the image of the death, I don't mean that in that he's born to replace Abel, although he also is, but in the same way that Adam himself is allegorically the death of the spirit, in the representation of the death in the unconsciousness. And Eve being a representative of, or symbolic of, the lust. So Adam is representative of the death, Eve representative of the lust, Cain representative of the vanity, Abel representative of the enticed lust, and Seth then representative of the trial. So the trial itself is that it is trying to sort of update the death that Adam represents in this updated context. So it's trying to perform the same function as Adam formed symbolically, or that Adam represents in this chain of events. So if that is what is happening, then okay, if that is what is happening, then the death of Abel is not about Cain killing Abel. It's about the death of what Abel was doing to Cain. And so Seth represents a morality of undoing what Abel was doing to Cain, or an inducement to not do what Abel was doing to Cain. And what Abel was doing to Cain in relative to what the narcissist false ego complex is facilitating is Abel was exalting Cain. So therefore Seth can't exalt Cain. And in some sense the trial is the looming indictments and problems and inconsistencies and that is surmounting into a surmounted as an entire sort of indictment of I would say against the vanity in some sense, that the vanity is like fundamentally picked apart into a state of sort of unlivableness in some sense. So it's the kind of, and in some sense it's the sort of the elaboration of the vanity into a kind of self-terminating deficiency in some sense, that is sort of an insolubility in some sense. The trial eventually sort of uncovers the insolubility of Cain, of the vanity, of the way of farming. That it's not a way worth living. And the trial, therefore, in this context, takes on the opposite role of normal trials, because in some sense, the trial has to do the opposite of what is induced to do the opposite of what Seth was doing. Seth was trying to sort of exemplify, was trying to sort of refine the vanity into being better. but being kind of not, but not having a certain fidelity to it. So that sort of made Cain very angry, because it was kind of like a bastardization of his knowledge in some sense, and also a kind of, it was inciting him to violence, because it didn't even understand or know about how it was functioning in some sense. It was just a kind of, it was a stolen sort of insight from Cain. Uh, but it doesn't have nearly the level of sophistication and insight in its operation in some sense. To be a shepherd is to know other things, but it's not, you don't even have to understand the thing that you are even farming to a large extent. You just have to understand maybe its sort of desires and expectations and meet them, be led by the flock in some sense, where you're not even being managing the flock because you don't even know that much about it, but you just sort of pretend to be its friend in some sense. And so it's this kind of, does it even have any knowledge based on it? Sort of, it loses its own coherence, the enticed lust or whatever. But essentially, in the process of the narcissist, the enticed lust was giving a teleportation device to Cain, saying, "I exalt you. You are magnificent. You deserve to be um, aggrandized." And then that creates a false ego, which then eventually loops back into Cain killing Abel, because the false ego itself that was only accessed through the enticed lust, through the teleportation device which Abel gave to Cain. So then Cain still kills Abel because of the teleportation device, and then Seth comes to represent the trial. But now essentially what he is induced to do is not, in the ordinary sense, the trial would sort of undermine Cain, but he has to not do what Abel was doing. And in some sense, Cain killing Abel in terms of the narcissist was merely a representation of Cain's pure excess. It was entirely unjustified. It was almost entirely sadistic and uncalled for, and sort of, in some sense, a pure representation of the vanity's own. Usually it's the enticed lust that has that level of instability, but the vanity has precipitated the instability without the usual excuse that the enticed lust was essentially the pernicious one, or something like that, or the unscrupulous one, the incoherent one. So the buddy sort of thing, which then Cain is the unmitigated aggressor of violence against Abel, without any of the usual metaphysical backdrop that might justify Cain's lack of hope in Abel's project. But in some sense, Abel's project was the exaltation of Cain. So when Seth is in this environment, he has to attack Cain. When Seth is the replacement in the narcissist sort of pantheon of the original superego, he can't. He has to be the opposite of Abel. He has to actually prosecute Cain. So the false ego is like fundamentally at odds against the is fundamentally poisonous to the superego or the original inner child. So there's a fundamental I don't even know what to call it, but there's a fundamental distance between the narcissist development of their adult ego or their false self. It is false also because it is fundamentally, it doesn't gel. it's like oil and water. It doesn't mix with the inner child, and the inner child has to only sort of puppet it like a hand puppet, because there is an intrinsic distance between them, because it's at odds with it, because it knows that, like, essentially, that the adult ego is fundamentally invalidating of the inner child. So it can't just be, there's a kind of, yeah, so there's an intrinsic, I think, invalidation that the false ego has, or the false self has, against the narcissistic's the narcissistic fabric of the original superego or inner child. That there's an original antagonism there, which might have to do, it's embedded in, essentially, the enticed lust of the narcissist, in the character of the enticed lust and the character of the trial. And the sin, obviously, is always an indictment against the whole false ego complex. The sin is the linchpin that kind of um, that brings into focus the necessity of the false prophet contract, even, or the some kind of objective utility. What's my point? I mean, at some point, the false prophet, I think, originally in the child, is waiting to cultivate a trial and a sin that is at such a developmental point that's capable of seeding the death and the lust of the adult ego. And there's kind of like a hopscotch jump from the trial and the sin, which then is suspended in a limbo as the new adult ego starts to be constructed, which is obviously a very huge relief for the child, because then they can start developing, or the juvenile, because then the juvenile can start developing a new vanity, which is the most creative facet of a false ego complex. And because when you are still at the beginning of creating a vanity, all of the discovery is ahead of you. It's like virgin territory. Everything is significant and pertinent and empowering. And you haven't yet set up the gilded sort of captivation of the gilded cage of Sophia, or whatever, which comes to characterize, the whole sort of thing. And in some sense, as much as that, the environmental influence, the unseen sort of hand of the superego itself, that is keeping this construction of a square peg, which will supply exactly the environmental hole that it that it is accomplishing, sort of its task of filling, that that sort of honeymoon phase, in some sense, is what was I even going to say about that? I guess the sufficiency of the square peg in the square hole is a symmetry that sort of makes up for the internal stress, in some sense. But obviously the problem is that when the peg, i.e. the adult ego, takes on more and more of the seat of consciousness, it starts to realize that the whole is not actually square, that was being projected from the superego, from this kind of unseen collusion, in some sense, between the two images that were kind of feeding off of each other, but essentially, and then that other image from the superego, the death of the superego, or the original inner child, starts being explored by the ego function in the adult ego, and then it ends up having to do that work, in some sense, which in some sense could be a kind of learnt nescience in some sense, an inducted nescience, which then, do you have the courage to actually have a resolution of doing something different, of doing something transcendent when confronted with that easy way out? Of purveying that nescience or whatever, and so there are levels of that kind of self-delusion and of arrested development, which usually don't have to do with the ego function, but also have that is also happening in the ego function, but it primarily is happening between the subconscious and the unconscious within the adult ego. Those are tied in different kinds of knots. Okay, anyway, the narcissist has got a trial, which is the death of the adult ego, which is fundamentally toxic to the vanity, which is fundamentally, in fact, it's not even, it's usually the trial, okay, usually the trial is toxic. Usually I think the sin is maybe toxic to the vanity. And the trial is just aggregating knowledge, which sort of ends up creating a kind of a looming pit of resentfulness against the vanity. But in some sense, the trial in the narcissist is in some way forced into creating a resentfulness against Abel, not against Cain, but against Abel, because Abel was an enabler of Cain in the narcissist's particular series of development. And so because Seth is induced into siding with the vanity against the enticed lusts, or Seth is induced into sympathizing with Cain against Abel, but because Abel in the narcissist's series of development was actually an enabler of Cain, then in some sense the way that Seth has to be induced by that morality is by attacking Abel and sympathizing with Cain. You are forced into vilifying Cain in the narcissist case, because it's such an obscure case in which the enticed lust was propping up the vanity instead of insulting it by exceeding it. Because of the sort of the intrinsic collusion between the enticed lust and the vanity. Or in some sense, it's because Abel saw himself as being in the image of Cain, that Abel actually saw himself as a second Cain and as a dutiful student of Cain and a replicant of Cain, and kind of always checked up everything that he was doing with Cain. And so when Seth comes to replace him, he has to take the opposite. He has to regard that Abel committed a crime that got him killed by Cain, and he must be induced by that new moral influence. And so in the case of the narcissist, when Seth is doing that, when the trial is doing that, it is having to vilify Cain. It is having to already vilify the vanity, which means that the sin doesn't organically precipitate naturally, because usually the sin is the recognition that the vanity is kind of hopeless. And so you're not going to execute anything. You're not going to get anything done. So you have to sort of start again, or you have to sort of try to imagine that you're in a different space, or you just have to sort of push the reset button. That's what the sin is in some sense. It's the kind of get out of jail free card, but then you have to go back to begin. So you have to go to jail and then get out of jail by going back to begin. That's sort of what the sin is that you convict yourself of the trial and then, anyway, and then you begin again. Something like that. So yeah, I don't want to go. I've said it all before about the narcissist in some sense, or I've speculated about all those weird structures, and it is fucking complicated. So because there are like these lots of sort of different threads, and in terms of the metagram analysis of what's going on. Because in some sense, it's probably not possible to have an Abel that is doing that is enabling the vanity, and a Seth that is vilifying the vanity directly, because in some sense the trial only is a trial if you are resistant to the charges against you. So the charges are against the vanity, and Seth has to just kind of absorb them while being conditioned by being the replacement of Abel, and being induced by the morality that comes with being the replacement of Abel, that he's in the shadow of murder. He exists in the shadow of murder, and he has to countenance that while being put through the trial. So Seth is going through a lot, and it's structurally just not sound in terms of how the false ego should work. So there has to kind of be maybe a whole replication of this. When the false ego is being engaged in, it is projecting a virtual inner child or a virtual original superego that it is having to kind of make a fake story about. So when you have a false self, you probably also have a fake origin story as to how it came about. And so there's a virtual parallel second phase. And obviously one is dominant and one is a kind of secondary sort of stepping stone in order to facilitate, putting the cart before the horse, as it were. And then there has to be some kind of mechanism of transition between those two things, which will have to do with the false prophet and things like that. But it's going to be slightly, it's going to be not the ordinary flow of how these things are usually sort of part of the mix. Okay, I've sort of tired myself out, and I think I've gone through more than enough substance there, but it might need to be cleaned up at some point. Anyway, I might need to go through and revise some of that stuff, but those are all the moving parts, I believe. Okay, let me jump right back into it. So I'm going to get into a level of detail. I'm not going to get to. I'm going to get into a level of complexity without providing the requisite detail. So it's sort of irresponsible of me, and I'm just going to sort of vomit a whole array of things that sort of are in this area, or in this, that need to sort of be tracked, because it is a bit of a complicated mess. And I've always thought that, especially with borderline and also with narcissism, that the sort of the so-called spiritual abstract concept of gender in the kind of alchemical tradition of particularly I'm blanking on the term, hermetic alchemy, like in the conceptual sort of arsenal of hermetic alchemy, that it is particularly relevant in analyzing the problem or the internal complexity of narcissism, but also borderline, because essentially when you're dealing with the original inner child, or the original superego, and then you have a false, or in terms of the borderline, you have an autoplasticity in terms of the adult ego, or you have a false self in terms of the narcissist adult ego, that then just because it's a false self, or it's a kind of autoplasticity in the case of the borderline, it still operates according to the original blueprint, even though it's not operating in the same way as the ordinary blueprint of a false ego complex. And so it's got other layers of things that are going on in which it's useful to import language like the introjects, the introjective objects, and things like that. And I'm just saying that, like, although it's confusing to, but I think that in some sense this is what the aspect of Hermetic alchemy was sort of getting into in its use or leveraging of the archetype of gender in a spiritual abstract sort of sense, because essentially when the introject could sort of, there could be almost two categories of introject in some sense. There's a and in the narcissist, this could be characterized depending on which mode they're in, if they're in the covert or in the overt phase of their original superego in some sense. And in some sense, the covert narcissist is simulating or holographically projecting an introjective. Usually the false ego is dealing with introjects, but in some sense, when they're in the covert phase, I think that in some sense they have made the false self itself a kind of an introjective entity, that they are subverting their, or submitting their usually vacant inner child or original superego trial, which they usually essentially don't have a trial. They're simulating that trial in order to generate a false self in terms of the adult ego. But then when they're in the covert phase, they are actually going along with their trial in their inner child. But they're doing it through what they've already related to before as the false self. So in some sense, the false self becomes the 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 nominal seat of consciousness, in which they then, as an introjected entity in the false self, are electing that as the seat of consciousness, but they still believe all the things about it, that it's defective, that it's a false self. But they are looking at it from that subjective point of view. They have been incepted into it. And then essentially, so that introjective entity now becomes the pseudo-true self, and they are objectifying their their original superego or their inner child, which is in some sense very much like what ordinary people are always doing. That's almost the status quo of a normal, ordinary development of a false ego complex. Just essentially, the narcissist has got a tainted version of this because their adult ego has already been labeled by them, has already been indicated to them to be a kind of a sham. And so they are taking on the perspective or the subjective point of view of this introjective entity, but then they are sort of trying to breathe real life into it and then trying to sort of abuse their original superego or inner child in order to feed it so that they can switch the roles around again, so that they can go back to the overt phase. But they have to charge it up in some sense because it's been such a sham, it's been so badly maneuvered that it's run out of resources, it's run out of psychological charge because it never had a real trial, and the narcissist sort of tried to hijack it by dealing with it as just a vanity. It's sort of like the vanity in the inner child sort of played hopscotch and jumped all the way from the springboard of the enabling enticed lust into the adult ego's vanity, and sort of circumventing the phase of the trial and the sin. Although I've already explained that virtually they also do have a trial and a sin, but essentially the trial is just there to kind of directly vilify the inner child or the original superego's vanity, because it's fundamentally antagonistic against the vanity, even though it's the normal trial is actually sort of trying to be sympathetic to the vanity. That's why it's undergoing. That's why it's the experience of being tried. It's being tried because it's resisting the indictment. But in some sense, their trial is just a kind of, in some sense, the trial is indistinguishable from the sin, because the it's sort of, it's already pleading guilty, so there's no trial. It's already pleading guilty. So it's sort of the trial and the sin are sort of are not distinctly um, distinguishable in the narcissist. So that's just a kind of no man's land. And so the problem is that their adult ego doesn't really have a knowledge of good and evil, and that plasticity essentially manifests as a kind of, as a sadistic, as essentially the adult vanity, the adult ego's vanity, which they teleport all the way to, is a kind of, is a projection of the conflation and convoluting of their death and the lust, because they didn't have a trial and a sin to begin with, or if they did have one, it's almost, they're indistinguishable and inseparable. It's just kind of a murky sort of confection. And so that inconsistency will be the kind of the cognitive deficit, which is effectively just projected onto other people via the supposed the virtual false self, the virtual vanity of the adult ego. So the vanity in some sense is sort of, is unhinged, is incoherent, is messed up. And in some sense that is because it didn't organically precipitate from a death and a lust, because it didn't have a normal trial and a sin to sort of to be subtracted or transmutated into the adult ego's death and lust. So they have a kind of creative unconscious dissonance. Their belief system is an indistinguishable. It doesn't have the usual dichotomy of knowledge of good and evil. It's just knowledge, and they are kind of the director of deploying that knowledge in some sense. And so they, in the same way that a borderline I've described has sort of layers of bad faith compartmentalization in their ego function, the narcissist has those same kind of bad faith compartmentalization, but it's on the level of belief. It's on the level of their adult egos in a child, or their false selves in a child. And so they have a very constructive vanity that almost has a confected lust that is not bridled or properly. Anyway, so that eventually catches up to them. So in some sense, almost perhaps the sort of an obtuse way of reducing or summarizing the problem of the pathology of narcissism is that they've got this inherent collaboration which recurs in the adult ego, of essentially an enticed lust which is endorsing the vanity, which in some sense means that the vanity is also fundamentally ill constructed or ill conceived or ill. It's not organically or properly precipitated in some sense. It's designed to have a collaborative, enticed lust with the vanity, which is a kind of unnatural arrangement, because the judgment should exceed the perception. The judgment should sort of trailblaze the perception in each side of the mind. Otherwise, there's no syzygy that produces a sort of a vibrant a sense of developmental progress in some sense. So it's sort of right from the start, it's got this recurring pattern which is inherited from the arrested development in the original superego or inner child. They've got this fundamental collaboration between Cain and Abel, so the story doesn't progress. Because then how can you talk about a Seth? There is no Seth. So the story just doesn't progress. But in some virtual sense, the story does continue in the ordinary way. And the only way to account for how it's continuing in the ordinary way is then you have these layers of abstraction and complication, in which, in some sense, through this veil of the introject and the kind of this hypothetical dual sense of the inner child, that then it has to spool up a replicant of itself in order to have these two phases, just sort of, in some sense, because of the collaboration between the vanity and the enticed lust, it needs a replicant of the vanity and the enticed lust to perform a separate, the missing functionality from the ordinary thing is then catered to by the other phase, and then they switch between the two phases. Yeah, and I haven't, sadly, I'm not detailing this as well as I should, but it's something like that. And in some sense, these arrangements are also very, very different. The whole sort of metaphysical setup is so alien from the one to the other in some sense, that it is, I can imagine that it's very disorientating to shift between these two sort of things. Because in as much as the spirit can be conceived of as pertaining to this abstract concept of gender, it's maybe it's too bulky to bring in that metaphor. But in as much as perhaps you can, in the ordinary setup, the inner child is somewhat feminine, is the environmental influence, the square hole, and then the adult ego becomes the square peg, and then they kind of have this sort of alchemical marriage, in some sense, that they complete each other and that they support each other. And the narcissist instead has two phases then, because they are a round hole and the false ego is a square peg, and it just doesn't fit. But then at some point they sort of take the side of the adult ego because it's such a failed project, it's a failed enterprise. It's not, it's generating dysfunction, and so it has to be corrected, or it has to be facilitated in some sense. It has to be sided with, and so they reinvent their inner child, their superego. Original superego sort of takes on an entirely different calibration, just to play the supporting role for the false self, to get it into well enough state so that they can go back to the original arrangement in some sense, which might be problematic because in some sense it might take a very long time for this to ever even occur even once, or for it to occur in such a way that it's being noticed. Perhaps it needs to occur a few times before the pattern starts to sort of be traceable within the psyche of the narcissist. And then once they realize that they're prone to this balancing act, they can get a clue in some sense just how fragile and delicate the how precarious the machinery is. Anyway, so I understand I'm right at the outskirts of this, not wading too much into the detail of what's actually happening mechanically. I don't think I have the energy to sort of even start to try to imagine it, but it's it's confusing to the narcissists themselves, because the introjective entity then becomes the protagonist, and they even overtly sacrifice or throw the original superego inner child under the bus in order to give the reins of power, or the feeling of some sense. It's not like in an ordinary adult ego, but it's sort of like I mean, it must be incredibly excruciating because, in some sense, they don't have any invested integrity in the false self. But as a kind of utilitarian sort of necessity, they have to build it back up, they have to reconstruct it, or something like that. So, and in that sense, in some sense, so the ordinary, usual, ordinary false ego complex is made up, like, let's say, just metaphorically, of a male adult ego and a female inner child, or original superego is like the female, sort of also the soul, because of that female sort of components. But in some sense, it's not truly the soul, because it's a kind of it's actually, to be technically correct, it's more of the female spirit in some sense, which is also a kind of an oxymoronical thing to say in the sort of hermetic alchemical sort of thing. But in some sense, it's a fake soul. It's a spiritually contrived soul, which is why it's a good metaphor to understand that this whole ego complex is a game. It's like a game that one is trying to believe is reality or the truth of things, and it's a sort of a game in terms of, can you manufacture the truth and get away with it in some sense. That's kind of the overarching thing that the false prophet contract is sort of representing. Now, so that's the ordinary sort of thing. Now, the narcissist, in some sense, has flipped the script. Their inner child is the masculine, and their false self is the feminine. And so they have to use the feminine in some sense, because it also comes off. Because most people, the female energy is supplying internally the masculine adult ego, whereas the narcissist has got this inverted. So that's why they have to extract narcissistic supply through their false self. Because whereas most people are constructing their image, or the basis, the edifice of their inner child original superego from the instruction of the false prophets, in some sense the narcissist is making other people the false prophets in some sense. And this is also, I think, roughly true for the borderline. Borderline is often trying to make other people the external locus of control over them, to sort of outsource the anyway, I'm not going to talk about borderline, focusing on narcissism. But yeah, so they both probably have that sort of similar, sort of overarching theme to them in some sense. Although I think the borderline is engaged in this kind of autoplasticity strategy, and that's part of the strategy of subversion and manipulation and control, is that is how you can have the utmost control, is by essentially reframing it as an alloplastic defense, and then you can use that as the medium of manipulation and coercion. Anyway, so the narcissist is looking at the false self as the sort of the female environment in which their masculine original superego inner child is is operating within that environment and that background, that supporting background in some sense. But then the supporting background gets so obviously dysfunctional, or you in its utilitarian provision, it's just unhelpful, or it's just sort of it's slowed down to a halt. The female energy or whatever is just a kind of is a negative concern. It's not. It doesn't even. It imposes more work and consternation than it provides a kind of a potential of draw. It sort of it has a negative contribution in some sense. So it imposes obligations, and it has no functional upside. Okay, so there's something like that. And so actually, I think the narcissist intuitively knows that there is a solution to this problem. The solution to this problem is that you have to run out that problem. If you try to resist that problem, it just gets worse. So, and I think almost intellectually, intuitively, they understand this, because the superego is generally, it is more in tune with its capabilities and mental abilities. I think also that the inner child, or the original superego, in Scientology, this is actually treated as a subject through what is labeled as a theta claire, that you can be a theta claire and not be a claire. And so to be a claire or not to be a claire is something to do with the adult ego, and to be a theta claire is something to do with the original superego or the inner child. And so they try to rehabilitate the abilities of the inner child before they even maybe work on clearing you, because the abilities and the capabilities will allow the movement of the issues that you're embroiled in terms of the adult ego, faster sort of facilitation of being worked on or whatever. Okay, that's just a sort of an aside. But in some sense, the narcissist is not necessarily a theta claire, but might have a lot of theta claire sort of technology already, sort of that it's preserved because it hasn't sort of sacrificed it. And it's even part of how it relates to the adult ego, because it's fundamentally already operating something that it knows is a lie, but so it's sort of, it's got this technology of control or whatever, or self regulation and self mastery in some sense, even though it's mastery over a false self. Anyway, that aside, it comes to the reasonable conclusion that the way to get past this troubling patch is to embrace the trouble, is to basically like run it out by exacerbating it, by accelerating it. It will sort of come to a natural conclusion. It'll come to a natural cessation in a cycle. It will sort of, by embracing it, it will sort of precipitate a novation into a new situation. And so that kind of, I think, is the kind of intuitive endorsement in which the script gets flipped, in which it sort of embraces this introjective entity as the false self, and uses it to persecute the superego, the inner child, as a kind of rehabilitate as a kind of process of rehabilitation. And I guess the cruel and sad thing is that it doesn't actually work, but it does work on some conceptual levels. It works, but mostly it doesn't work in some sense, because it does provide when you've already put the cart before the horse, and then you have normal problems that all carts and horses have, and then you try to fix those problems because of the cart before the horse situation. You can still fix those problems, although you have to fix them in it. Of maybe the devices used that would usually fix the problem, you have to use them in reverse because the cart is before the horse. But after you actually manage, let's say, the servicing of the cart and the horse, so that it can go back to the way it was, it's sort of, you can't actually you can't, I guess when they get it back, they they get it back with the horse in front of the cart, and then they have to sort of switch it back, and then as soon as they switch it back, it sort of undoes a lot of the service. Sort of it breaks the sort of the upkeep that was just invested into it, because the machinery that was set up to service the cart and the horse had that sort of built into its logic. And so when the narcissist tries to then sort of go back to its modus operandi, they might be able to force it. They might be able to sort of to make it work somehow. But it doesn't click quite the same. It doesn't it's not as fluid as it was. Man, and now this has just evolved into such vague rambling and descriptions. But yeah, so there's something of that to be tangled out into. Um, it's like, let me use the gender metaphor. So the thing is that you've got this masculine original superego, and you've got this feminine false self, which is the inverse of the ordinary false ego complex. It's the reverse. So then when they try to heal their false self, and then when in the healing process it takes on the traditional role of that the adult ego is the masculine, and the inner child and the original superego is the feminine, then when they do that, that's all fine and well and good. That's fixing the problem of the false self. And then they want to go back to the status quo. They want to go back to their original modus operandi. They want to go back to the inner child being masculine and the false self being feminine. Well, all the rehabilitation that they just did was premised on the fact that the inner child and the original superego was in fact the feminine support character, and the adult ego was the masculine protagonist. The rehabilitation was premised on that. So when they tried to go back, they are also sort of undoing a great sect of the rehabilitative sort of thing, because the rehabilitative thing might not have actually done enough then to actually be enough for it to go back to the status quo. Because in some sense, a lot of the time when you are operating a false any any complex, or any false ego, any command post in the false ego complex, you get virtual progress before you've actually earned it, in some sense. Because if you are aligned in such a way that you know that you're going to be able to solve certain problems, but they haven't been solved yet, but you know that it's a foregone conclusion that they will be worked out, you can already analytically give yourself kudos for that. You can already sort of bank that progress, even though you haven't actually precipitated it. You haven't actually done the legwork yet. Now that's the problem, is that you get that kind of rehabilitative development for the false self, And then when the false, and then when the narcissist tries to go back to the overt case, if that hasn't been borne out in, let's say, the actual structuring of the vanity, then the vanity sort of can collapse right away. And I think that's also what a collapsed narcissist is. It's the vanity that is collapsed in the false self. Okay, I think I've elaborated on what I wanted to talk about, and I'm tired again, so I'm going to stop this recording. But I think that's some good progress on what's actually going on here. Um, and then I wanted to say something else, which is a kind of conjecture, speculative sort of thing, which is a bit strange. I've been talking all about the false ego complex as having these two, the inner child and the adult ego. And that to me is very real. That to me is very solid. That there must be layers of metatype that account for those two things. Because to me, it's too explanatory. It does too much. It seems to me too obvious that it's talking about something that's real. Now, there is a speculative third arm to this, which I haven't yet been able to position carefully because the numbers don't line up so easily that it's not obvious. But in some sense, I've always thought that perhaps, in the same way that there's an inner child and there's an adult ego, that there's also a third ego, which is a kind of environmental ego. And that environmental ego, I'm not exactly sure where to position it, but it might even overlap both of them. And I've also called this in my notes the God of the world, the kind of the environmental, and in some sense it would be the mapping of the fatalism, the mapping of or the determinism that which in some sense I think only emerges. It only emerges after it emerges quite late in life, is what I'm saying. That essentially, the longer that the false ego complex exists, there's a growing culture of how the inner child relates to the adult ego complex, and that culture is effectively a metaphysical narrative, which is usually characterized by what I've described often as fatalism or determinism. That you have this kind of idea that you live in some kind of worldly mechanism, clockwork mechanism, a Newtonian world, you know. Anyway, or it's usually made up of feelings, or it's made up of thinking. That would be anyway. Its judgment will either be of one of those two characters, feeling or thinking, generally speaking, or predominant, or a certain confection. And there's many different types of religions probably as there are those kinds of projections onto the environment, a kind of metaphysical environment. Now, so I've called that the God of the world. Now, that God of the world, that culture, that becomes the glue that is trying to offer integrity. It's trying to confer integrity to the false ego complex. It's trying to be the glue between the inner child and the adult ego. It's trying to justify this hodgepodge, this aberrant functionality and structure. It's trying to create an encompassing narrative that gives it some semblance of integrity, that excuses its existence. And so generally I think it's like a mythology, it's like a story, it's like a narrative, but in some sense people might not embroil it, or not embroider it as an elaborate story. They might just kind of have a sense, yeah, that's how the world works. That's how the world works, And in some sense, I think in feudal society, this was supplied by the political, social order. To a large extent, I think this whole is filled by culture. That people get a kind of, and some cultures are more mythological than others in terms of creating a kind of platform of their sense of being, in some sense, or the sense of belonging to a lineage of a kind of a story that's unbroken, or that's some kind of fatalism or determinism. So the divine right of the king and the sovereign linchpin in the feudal psychology in some sense, which I don't think was necessarily a bad thing, because I think in some sense life was much harsher when this was not collectivized, when this was not systemized into a single world view, when this was allowed that anyone could create their own little fiefdom of this. Then you had real evil all over the place, because essentially you could create your own folklore, you could develop your own mythology. If you were a witch doctor, or if you were a healer, or if you were a magician or a wizard or something like that, you could just tell lies, you could just tell stories to justify your eccentricities, to justify your moral authority. And then you could conceal in moral authority, your preference, your would be your soapbox to elevate you into controlling the culture of interaction or whatever. And I think culture, to a large extent, is a reservoir of these residues. But anyway, these things that I'm talking about, I think, can also be tracked. It's not necessarily important, but it's not as functional, because it's in the cracks. It's in the sort of the environmental unconsciousness. So, and it might not even be very therapeutic to go into it, except to understand that those might also impose elements that fortify or inculcate the structure of the false ego complex, and that they might pose independent obstacles to developing the false ego complex. I mean, this is another way of saying false religion is a problem to healthy psychology. And maturing development of psychology and ideology, and that might also have to do with ideology as well. And that essentially some ideologies might precipitate sort of a regimented structure that might also be a vector for how some people develop hybridized personality disorders, because their god of the world, their environmental false ego complex, can precipitate and contrive and impose internal relations that end up sort of strategically replicating the dysfunction that happens in certain personality styles. So in some sense, you can kind of be possessed from that level. You can be possessed from a cultural level. Which is why I would say the culture of liberalism and the ideology of liberalism is a very, very important sort of moral perch, without which sanity cannot even be fathomed, cannot really be contacted, cannot be will sort of be prone to some kind of disgusting sort of postmodernist, sort of subjective relativism or something like that. Okay, anyway, I just wanted to end off with that point. Okay, let me stop this recording. Okay, I'm continuing to talk about narcissism and borderline. I guess I have a thing to say about borderline in on the same sort of lines of subject matter that I have just been going through. So there is a deep parallel to be made between narcissism and borderline, but that parallel just shows how different the structures are in some sense. And so what I believe is happening in borderline, so in the same way that narcissism has to generate two phases so that it can sort of over the long haul to sort of perpetuate the narcissistic structure, borderline is very different because it has a parallel to what narcissism is doing, but it's being orchestrated in an entirely different fashion, which reinforces my point that borderline is a more sophisticated form of personality disorder, or it's a that it's a that it sort of is a different kind of animal, and it's much more managerial. Um, and so the parallel is that, in some sense, borderline represents the hermetic balance between male and female. Um, in hermetic alchemy, that sort of borderline is fundamentally um, has reached that sort of that pinnacle of representing both male and female energies, and in some sense, because of its wish to inhabit both simultaneously, or to constantly, if it in some sense, if it overindulges in the one energy, that it at some point must take that it needs to compensate by exporting the imbalance onto the target that it is exposing the exhibition to. So it's sort of like in the exhibition, if it is exhibiting one thing, then the target must be subtextually extracted from, in order to provide uh, the corresponding so in some sense the energy, male or female, is fundamentally, implicitly what was I going to say? That the one implies the other always. That there's a consistent parallel, that the one implies the other, and essentially, so the exhibition of the one implies subtextually the extraction of the other from the target. And it doesn't matter what is said, or what the content of what is communicated, that subtextual transaction is persistent, and in some sense it requires, let's say, a shared pool of responsibility in which the blame and the burden rests on the target of the in the reception of the exhibition. And so that's why, in some sense, one of the prerequisites of this setup is that they must, in terms of how they treat their target must believe that their exhibition is authentic or genuine. That's like one of the preconditions or prerequisites of the glass house defense, or what I think has been what clinical psychology has been duped to take as being alloplastic defenses, when this is actually a display of autoplasticity as an orchestrated strategy. Um, so the what the narcissist has to do by going through these two phases, in which masculine and feminine, he has to sort of enact both parts of the puzzle in order to regulate his own structures, which in some sense doesn't work. What the borderline does also doesn't work, because what they expect the target to experience is not stable. So the instability of the structural instability of the narcissist in trying to regulate and balance the structure is the same structural instability that the borderline is exporting to the target. But the reason why I call borderline more sophisticated is because in some sense, to me, it's not an accident that they are exporting this. It's not an accident that they are that the problematic piece to their psychology is being exported, whereas the narcissist is experiencing it himself. And in some sense, the kind of exposure that the borderline is producing, I think, is also interestingly parallel to the narcissistic experience. And it could be that essentially the borderline um, influence is sort of perhaps creates narcissism um, in the target. It cultivates a form of narcissism, a form of exposure as well, and that it eventually sort of conditions the target. I mean, to be precise, in some sense, I don't think it's narcissism. I think it's a kind of I've called it cerebral histrionic in some sense, but depending in terms of how they treat their, let's say, their intimate partners, borderlines would tend to condition and create a kind of cerebral histrionic thing, because that is how they would be able to toy with that person ad nauseum. But if they had children and they had this kind of exposure and temperament exposed to their children, I think that there are many different ways in which this influence would perhaps develop, but it could essentially precipitate a kind of narcissistic defense, just to sort of shield, just to put up a block against so sort of in the attempt to not become a cerebral histrionic, someone instead becomes a narcissist, in which they sort of gate against their developing a vanity in some sense, so that they and then they just virtually access the vanity, um, but sort of it's not capable of receiving subconscious manipulation, which is the kind of subtextual subversion that the borderline is constantly perpetrating. Anyway, there were more things that I wanted to say. I think I'm not going to do it because I haven't thought about it properly yet. But the variations of certain subtypes, or perhaps subtype is the wrong sort of thing, but the other personality disorders, which I do think are certainly real, which I haven't spoken about, like inverted borderline, or sorry, covert borderline. What's going on there? Um, but yeah, I'm not going to do that now. How there might be slightly variations on some of these structures. It probably has something to do with there being the two circuits, but they being in a kind of very fixed form of structured collusion, which then produce a very sort of consistent pattern of relation and behavior, to other people's feeling bodies and such, or other people's inner childs, or other people's. Anyway, and they probably also, they seem to be more structured because of a kind of consistency in terms of how they're treating their audience or their targets, or in terms of the theme of, let's say, alchemical gender in some sense. And that will sort of give them their persistent sort of characteristics. Okay, so I've said that borderline in some sense has sort of an obsession around their enticed lust. And narcissism has sort of a developmental impoverishment in regard to that their trial and their vanity are kind of like a dipole of sort of alternative worlds that repel each other, alternative polarities, and because they don't function in the ordinary sense relative to each other, they end up creating a covert phase in order to try to repair that sort of dis displaced functionality. Where they end up having to sort of replicate their entire inner child. They sort of have to reiterate it as a kind of, as in the covert form, to kind of self-soothe, and then as soon as they switch back, a lot of that self-soothing can be undone. Because it's not really because the repair work is not accessible to the overt mode or phase of the original superego, because in the ordinary functioning of the false ego, the original superego or inner child is just supposed to be a kind of environmental image, or a kind of a stable platform to help to stabilize the adult ego image, whereas it's actually being actuated or actualized in the narcissist, and they are trying to extract stability from the false self, which is the adult ego, essentially. And they don't have a real adult ego because they don't have, it doesn't have a death and a lust, because they don't really undergo the trial and the sin in their original superego. So in some sense, their virtual trial and sin, or their virtual death and lust, is a kind of creative backstory for whatever vanity they wish to sort of engage with, and then they are targeting a kind of vanity that is going to give them a sense of power and prestige or eminence, and then they just kind of fill in the blank of whatever death and lust will be corresponding to that. So they kind of have a sense of how to generate that creatively. And in some sense, they can do that, but because they can't sort of continue on the sham and develop an enticed lust, which then sort of produces a trial after the enticed lust sort of is is in some deficit relative to their own vanity. So essentially, their vanity never. In some sense, they never produce an authentic enticed lust, but in some sense, their vanity has that air about it. In some sense, because but it doesn't have any of that self knowledge that the enticed lust generates naturally, because the enticed lust is sort of like the vanity taken one step too far, which then precipitates a trial and a sin. But they don't ever sort of experience the enticed lust, but they kind of bake something that would be functional, like the enticed lust, is baked into the vanity, but there's no trial that ever comes from it. So they sort of are exporting that cognitive dissonance onto their environment in some sense, in terms of sadistic exposure. So sort of it's just covered by sadism. It's just covered by what I have titled psychopathy, which is incoherent or inconsistency on the level of the ego function, which is the trial and the sin. So because they don't have a trial, they have psychopathy essentially in the overt phase, which they experience something more similar to the trial in the covert, so the covert cleanup, the covert narcissistic phase cleanup, is that they experience the trial as a form of um, redundancy of the vanity. So they are only sort of tracking the failings of the vanity in regard to a kind of utilitarian overreach, or a kind of mismanagement, or a kind of insurmountable sufficiency. So they have that version of the trial in their covert phase. The problem is that it doesn't, unless they can actually really experience that on a level in which that it can be quantified in such a phase that it actually becomes a scaffolding, or a sort of or a some kind of binding device that will actually also keep the overt phase bound. It doesn't really precipitate any change or any sort of insight. Okay, so all covert narcissism does is sort of situate the original superego as the sort of the feminine, the supply of feminine energy to a masculine adult ego. And it does so essentially by, but it's actually not, well, no, what I just said is actually completely inaccurate. But in some sense, what it's doing is the covert narcissist phase is really bad on both sides. It's it's trying to eviscerate itself. It's trying to eviscerate its own adult ego by developing a trial, while at the same time trying to reverse engineer its lack of foundation in the adult ego, because it didn't even have a proper sin and a trial. So it has to sort of, that's how it's sort of stabilizing itself. And the only way to have a death and a lust, which comes from the trial and the sin of the original superego, is to is to essentially work out um, that deep conundrum between the Seth, sort of the replacement of Abel, the trial, to sort of to undo the damage of the collusion between Cain and Abel, which means that there wasn't a real Seth, that Seth was just a kind of, was an inversion of what Seth should be. And so dealing with that sort of fundamental, inexorable insolubility in some sense, while then sort of trying to find a way to kind of make a reduction of that insolubility into something that's workable enough to support the covert narcissist's self-regulation of the adult ego by precipitating a trial, which ends up having to do it in these obtuse utilitarian sort of things which aren't grounded in the personality. They're just grounded, they're just sort of creating more vanity in some sense. They're just creating more data points, more what's the word, when you're curating a library, more categorization and ordering within the vanity. That's essentially all it's doing, is it's creating a potentially a more stable vanity in some sense, that has some kind of categorization built into it, baked into it, to sort of have a virtual trial sort of encoded into it in some sense. But there's absolutely nothing in that vanity organization that is going to precipitate any real safeguard against the overt phase just completely overriding and rewriting that organization of the vanity. Because in some sense the vanity is made to be outdone by the enticed lust, and the enticed lust is made to be brought to heel by the trial. And if you try to bake in these safeguards into the vanity, it doesn't hold. It just doesn't. In some sense, it might. If you can sort of exist in the covert phase for long enough, and you cycle through fluidly through the false ego complex from top to bottom, full cycles, then it is possible that the vanity ends up being imprinted on by the culture of the cycle, by the geometry of the entire structure in some sense, because it gets brought to heel sort of in a practical way, because it knows that kind of excess leads to that kind of enticed lust, leads to that kind of trial, and that's just a very awful thing to go into. And so you can kind of develop a cycling false ego that learns how to conserve itself by sort of spending more time in the vanity and less time in the higher functions of the mind, because the higher functions of the mind are a representative of the vanity's dissipation of influence because of its toxic. You must remember that the vanity is just a perception, and the judgment that follows from that perception is the enticed lust, because essentially people get bored with the vanity in some sense. Now, I guess maybe I have misspoken when I say that essentially the narcissist just has a vanity or something like that. I think that they have a vanity and an enticed lust, and they don't have a trial. That might be, and because they try to sort of sell the vanity and the enticed lust as a single package, they also have a kind of fundamental confusion between the death and the lust, which in some sense is non-existent and is just a kind of generated, created backstory that fills in the gap for the false self. Okay, so I think that's roughly true. Let me just see if I can contrast this with borderline. So borderline, I still guess I don't know what's happening. In some sense, I think borderline in some sense might have a constructive trial. But the whole trial of borderline is a sham. In some sense, maybe the developmental trauma or the developmental chaos of borderline was just so great that they wanted to grow up and develop an adult ego so much sooner that what they decided to do was to fabricate a trial and then to kind of backwards reverse engineer and entice lust, which seems fair and appropriate. So they're repurposing the trial to reverse engineer and entice lust. And so it's almost as if even their vanity is beholden to that reverse procedure. And essentially, it's very fundamentally unstable to even orchestrate anything like that, which is why they need to share the responsibility with somebody else, why they need to sort of have a codependent bond in order to divert the pressure from this strategy. That in some sense is very much parasitic to the very concept of responsibility itself. So you can just see how I've just described borderline as being in high contrast to narcissism. Narcissism is sort of just experiencing this willy-nilly. This is just their gambit that they're going through. That's part of their structure. Whereas the borderline is really orchestrating this forthrightly. It's their overt project that is centered within the self as a kind of autism or autoplasticity strategy, which then just requires external window dressing in order to sort of to complete the function of the strategy. That has to sort of be entranced and seduced into helping facilitate this very sophisticated internal machination. And because of that kind of reverse engineering, they are toxic to other people's subconscious. They're toxic to other people's enticed lust and vanity. And so you can see that that's why that might precipitate someone developing narcissism as a way to defend themselves, to defend their vanity and their enticed lust, by essentially having a vanity and enticed lust that's not connected to a real foundation in their own psychology, because then it can be held out as a false vanity and a false enticed lust that it doesn't matter what happens to it. It's sort of it's translucent to the exposure that it's getting. But that translucence can still be animated by their own project and interest and or navigation, even though that navigation is itself centered in a maimed entity that is arrested in its development from the original superego in a child that never develops a trial or a sin. And I wanted to say as well that I think that covert narcissism in some sense is somewhat of a model of the natural personality style. I think that covert narcissism is the authentic version of that personality style, or the full is the true version of that personality style. And it's interesting because covert narcissism is a form of, let's say, self-abuse or self-trauma or something like that, or self-denigration. And if you think about it, if the personality style was chosen in order to be protective against environmental trauma, that in some sense the only way to guarantee security against that form of attrition is to be one's own abuser. And I do think that that is in some sense what the vanity of the covert, not the true adult ego's vanity, that is the voice in the false prophet contract, as you're being inducted into developing this personality style. I believe that that was the promise of the false prophet that you get when you follow these instructions. But then the instructions were circumvented in some sense, because once the overt machinery sort of kicked in, it sort of it will, maybe this is true for a lot of personality styles. It takes them a long time before they develop the, people are on different gradients in some sense. But I mean, some false egos, I think, are perhaps because it's a cultural thing, whatever, but it's like there's no fixed timeline as to the development of the personality style. So maybe some narcissists only develop their covert side when they're 60 years old or something like that. It's a very slow, it just happens to be a very and maybe that slowness has to do with essentially because the metatype components that are making these personality styles are all peculiar in their nature. They are all unique in their nature, depending on what metatype you're dealing with. And some of them will just naturally take longer than others because if a certain level, if a certain element within the personality is running on a certain dimension, that dimension might not be an abstract dimension. It might be an experiential dimension that actually requires the build up of data points within its operation that just because of the nature of that dimension take longer to accumulate to develop the pattern of what's going on. And so, for example, the types that are predominantly in the higher dimensions, they might essentially grow up sooner, um, because those dimensions themselves are naturally more introverted, or to use a blunt word, they're more disembodied, they're more abstracted, so you can have virtual experience in them accumulate much faster. Um, that's not to say that the lower dimensions don't also have, some of the lower dimensions are incredibly cerebral and have a certain purchase of certain things in a much more precise way as well. But they're also side by side with other dimensions which probably have some of the features that I just described. Um, and it might have to do with the kind of, depending on if those dimensions are in the judgment or in the perception, which just means that sort of if it was just one dimension lower or one dimension higher, then it would be a completely different story, because then all the one, because every second dimension is the same thing, is in the personality style, that's it's either the perception or the judgment. So if you just shift the whole metatype by one, you get almost like a very potentially different, so that's why certain numerical sort of signatures on the metatype table have such similar but yet distinct features, perhaps as well. Okay, I think I've covered everything I wanted to cover. Just want to tack on a very sort of particular example of how I think the borderline is completely misunderstood clinically. So, and I've seen Sam Buckner say these sorts of things because I guess it's in the literature or whatever, that borderlines feel bad about their misconduct, or they have phases where they are guilty. They sympathize with their victim or something like that, or something like, it's just, this is completely untrue. when they are expressing contrition, this is a strategic gambit for control. They're saying, when I am hostile or when I am um, incoherent or inconsistent in my behavior, you make me feel guilty. I feel horrible because of my own behavior. But they're not taking responsibility for this feeling. This feeling is expressed as a shield, as the glass house defense, as to say, you should be responsible for my state, for my negative feelings. I'm expressing my negative feelings in order to house them under your accountability, in order for them to be protected by you. It is a form of subtextual manipulation in which they are exhibiting fragility in order to extract paternalism or infantilism. They are passing the buck. They are saying, I am an identity that needs to be adopted for its self-flagellation or something like that. I don't want to experience the self-flagellation. Manage my reality for me so I don't experience it, so that I don't come into contact with it. That is the implicit demand and expectation that is being facilitated by the expression of so-called contrition. It's not real contrition. It's subterfuge. It's coercive. And there is an analytical edge to even their expression of this kind of negative emotion. In some sense, the negative emotion is just a hook. It's just a lure. It's just an attachment mechanism for their codependent facilitation that they need catering from, that they need to be pandered to along that conduit, which they are shaping and framing by their expression of negative emotion against themselves, which they want you to protect them from. So you see, it's sort of like, come into my introjective reality and manage it for me and caretake it for me and be the butler of the introjective, so they're always doing this weird maneuver where they are saying, you are controlling me, you have caused me to do things, and now I am responsible for them, when you should actually be blamed for the outcome or the expectation, and you should supplement whatever the expectation that I have lost in being managed by your external locus, you as the external locus of control for me, for my life. So they've got that going, so that they're complaining about the imposition of control and management from their codependent target, while constantly inducing them to provide that management and control. So it's sort of, they are their own, explicitly they are incoherent on this level. That's why I call them psychopathic, is because this is completely inconsistent. They are overtly inconsistent on this line. And they know that they're doing it. Really, like, wake the fuck up, clinicians. They know that they're orchestrating it. They know that they're sending these conflictual, self-contradictory, it's not, there's no way to reconcile them. Oh, they feel like they need help, and then they feel like they're being controlled. Oh, yeah. How much do you have to experience this ongoing cycle of bullshit before you realize that it's completely manufactured and orchestrated? That they have an analytical center which they are just merely never expressing, except when they are in the full-blown psychopathy, sort of exhortation of criticism and critical extraction, when essentially when the piper wants to be paid, it's due for the so and they are really Machiavellian in their subterfuge, also to protect the strategy that they are orchestrating. So they will often disguise it in what's going on around them, in some kind of ulterior convoluting or chaotic mess or confusion or murkiness of other people that have been placated or positioned or tracked by the borderline as having a certain characteristic. So I mean, like, they are plotting these things to create, let's say, emergencies, to create scenarios in which a certain sense of necessity in time or space or whatever, that because they can leverage that because then they don't have to be like, I'm asking you to do this. They can be like, no, it's necessary that you do this now because we're in the situation that has precipitated. So they use, essentially, and they're very good at sort of mapping the kind of control that they've extracted from their target, the kind of managerial style that they've extracted from their target, is then married to the kind of drama that they are cultivating and embroiling themselves in and entangling themselves in, so that they can leverage the one. It's very similar to the principle of triangulation. It's basically triangulation, but on a broader analytical scale of outcomes and expectations and extractions. So and they have to play the naive simpleton in order to facilitate this level of manipulation, which is why they go through phases of just utter chaos, because they're proving they're proving their authenticity, in that they are, so that when they are expressing their contrition, that it's believed in, that their identity is sort of is being, their identity of being this kind of simpleton that needs these extractions, and that they just must be complied with because there's no alternative mode of operation that they have available to them. That they are also the victim of their own psychopathy, essentially. That they are the victim of their own psychopathy, therefore get on board with facilitating their psychopathy and massaging out the wrinkles and the inconsistencies, and help and be the helper of their psychopathy to be a more successful psychopathy, while it sort of creates an escalating sort of cost that needs to, I always say this name wrong because I'm so uneducated. Was it the Sword of Damocles? So there's this Sword of Damocles that gets further and further wild in its oscillations. But it's fine because they're not Damocles. Was Damocles the name of the king? I always forget. Or Damocles was the one who didn't understand why the king was upset, and then so he made Damocles have a feast in his honor with the sword above. I'm not sure who was who, but anyway, in some sense that whole scenario might even be it might be a good metaphor for borderline in some sense, because in some sense only the king would be the borderline, and the person would be the kind of, anyway, let me just retract from that tangent. They would have to be, the metaphor would have to be extended quite heavily as well, but there's something to that might be a useful depiction of something. But and so it's interesting because, you know, like the borderlines are certainly lucid, or appear to be lucid, for a good amount of, or for good sections of time they can be utterly lucid. So why can't they just analytically track that they're setting up these traps, that they are inducing external locuses of control and then criticizing external locuses of control? Um, you know, it's like a very sort of simple thing. Um, and that's obviously a kind of a meta strategy which they are wedded to, and that is their chosen preferential, you know, sort of way of managing everything in some sense, because in some sense it's a solution both to external problems and to internal, um, you know, they can sort of, anyway, I've expressed these sorts of things before, but what else could I say? They wind up the sword, and then they want somebody else to sort of to sit beneath it. That's basically exactly what it is, and there is a kind of particular, they take a particular joy in it as well, of how much can they wind it up this time and then get the other person to sit beneath it. Well, there's some kind of feast in their honor, and so they have to balance the feast between the velocity in the sword and the feast, and sometimes actually they don't even provide a very, they've wound up the sword in extra with extra velocity, and the feast that they give to get you to sit beneath it that time is incredibly diminishes, contracts, is truncated even further, and that is how essentially they are proving their ability to control someone, because it becomes a kind of a game of control, a sort of a cat and mouse game, which is like, how small of a feast can they throw to get someone to sit beneath the sword, and that is the kind of the question which they also need resistance against, because otherwise, because the distance between those two things is also the kind of, is to some extent a measure of their cognitive deficit. And so they need resistance, because that is the resistance between those two things which simultaneously allows them to be in contact with, let's say, external reality, or to sort of duplicate the responsibility that they are extracting from the other person. So that is how they essentially keep track of even the concept of accountability and responsibility, by toying with it in the target that they are exposing this drama and this game and this reality game to. So their reality game is a kind of like simulacra of their general external relationship to reality, which is why they need to be able to share everything with their target, with their codependent target, because otherwise they can't make sense of their surroundings in some sense. And you know, this never ends. They never are able to do something else because they never want to do something else. They're not motivated, essentially, to. I mean, it would be quite simple if they just exercised the behavior of not of not playing their silly little game of inducing somebody else to give them advice or control or management or something like that. If they weren't trying to extract that and then and then sort of make the other person responsible for that which they have extracted. If they just stopped that overarching strategy, then they would have to have other structures. Then the other structures would have to burden the concept of responsibility, which means that they would have to develop in some sense, or they would grow up. But because essentially the one never starts, the other one never begins, and there's no motivation to do this kind of work for themselves when they have functioned their whole life essentially extracting it from other people. And essentially they could always just total their whole lives. They could always just trash their whole lives and then sort of dump it off on somebody else. So it's a never-ending sort of formula that can always sort of countenance anything. It never has to really change, and it can even continue doing what it's doing within the variation of supposedly wanting change. I'm sure many clinicians know that essentially therapy is just another way for them to essentially it's not narcissistic supply, but it's sort of like exposure. I mean, I would just generally call it exposure, but for them to extract exposure. In some sense, I've always thought that one of the better strategies for therapy would be to actually have more than one therapist involved, and one of the therapists would be like someone, like essentially almost playing the good cop and one playing the bad cop in some sense, although the bad cop wouldn't always have this kind of critical tone necessarily, but it would kind of be a kind of stochastic element to some degree. Bad in that they would not be able to be tracked by the borderlines, sort of computer, essentially, and so they would just kind of be. They wouldn't be a bad cop in that they would always be critical, but they would be somewhat a little bit stochastic, but also authentic, essentially. So they would keep their powder dry in some sense. I mean, I could play this role, I think, pretty easily, and so they would just kind of move into the therapeutic situation like a celebrity, and just kind of sort of toy with the borderline a bit, but not in an ill-tempered way, but toy with them in such a way so as to kind of gauge where they actually are and where their independent footing is, where do they have an independent grounding yet, to sort of rattle them to some extent, just to kind of see if they have any independent structures developed, and then kind of point out the lack of those independent structures. And this kind of bad cop therapy would be an occasional thing, would be a kind of, in some sense, the other therapist, which would have the really shit job, would be to some extent to keep on drumming in to the borderline what they should be doing, analytically what they're not doing, to confront them, with the actual challenge. But then they don't actually do the work ever. So, but they're just sort of repeating the same old thing, and the narcissist and the borderline is toying with that therapist and essentially using, let's say, the project of therapy as a conduit for engineering more exposure from the therapist. So they are just toying with that therapist, but that therapist is kind of holding the line, whereas the stochastic element is sort of injected into the therapeutic scene as a kind of as a it doesn't happen all the time. It's like as once every 2 months or once a month, at an inconsistent interval, as a celebrity, just kind of walking in and seeing if anything's new, and saying, oh, nothing's new here, I guess what's the point, I guess I'll only come back in 4 months, like it's sort of, and then just something that has an authentic a model of an authentic sort of independent structure that is also just monitoring the lack of or the progress in terms of the independent structure. And in some sense, that will shake up the everyday therapy to show the kind of the facile holes in it or whatever. But I mean, there'll also be other sort of themes that are exposed by this kind of strategy. So like one of the things that will happen is that the borderline will be the borderline will trigger other defenses, will trigger those defenses that need to be destroyed in some sense. And so it will provide vital ground to be covered by the everyday therapist in some sense, because in some sense there will be a kind of recurring drama that is precipitated by the introduction of the bad cop, and that recurring drama in some sense will be a more solid entity or a more solid structure of the actual reticence of the borderline and the bad faith of the borderline. It'll be a more direct impression of actually what is holding back real progress in some sense. And in some sense, the complaint that the borderline will have about, let's say, the celebrity bad cop is that will be a kind of inverse impression of their fundamental pathology in some sense, of the actual hooks that they have that they're not willing to change about themselves. It will kind of be the sort of the actual cognitive structure of defense mechanism that entrenches them into their borderline in some sense. So that'll be like the bones of the borderline will be exposed. Whether they can ever be changed in some sense, this is the problem, because I mean, at the end of the day, I don't really think that the success rate on borderline will ever be high, because even if you can actually produce a window of clarity that directly shines light into the core operating, the problem is just a lack of motivation. There is no real motivation. I mean, you can do this kind of thing that I'm explaining that will kind of expose it. It'll bring it right to the surface. It'll be right on and then you can just be like, okay, well, why are we even doing therapy? We're just wasting. I mean, this is the biggest problem with therapy and borderline, is that you've got a business relationship. It's your client. They're paying you at the end of the day. And to some extent, I think that the disability of the therapist to walk away from the client makes it impossible for them to treat borderline. But also, even if they do have the idea of walking away, just that it's based on an exchange already, that it's based on a monetary exchange or something like that, that the borderline knows that there is a contribution being made, it kind of sullies the authenticity of the exchange, that they know that there is some greater sort of paradigm of monetary, like it dislocates the therapeutic exchange from, because it's not purely based on voluntary, it can at least be conceived of as being polluted in terms of its voluntary nature, and in some sense that cynicism is part of the this is why the celebrity aspect might be better, because it's like, well, he comes and he goes on his own time. He comes in and he goes. I maybe see him once every month, and then I see him once every 4 months, once every 5 months. It's like it's completely inconsistent. What is he being paid? How is he being paid? It's a mystery. It's a mystery. How is the pay structure working for the celebrity bad cop? That at least it circumvents and it extricates the therapeutic strategy from being cynically mapped and monitored by the borderline's path, because it is an autoplasticity stratagem. And if you cannot match if you cannot match the sophistication of the thing that you're even being exposed to, I mean, like, really, you're just masturbating. I don't know. It's irrelevant. Your therapy, maybe it will do some superficial. You'll help them be a more well-adjusted psychopath. You'll help them be a more successful psychopath. Essentially, that's the only thing that kind of therapy can ever facilitate. Is that essentially you are increasing their success rate in their parasitic vampirism of their influence over their environment or something like that. You're teaching them about their prey, so to perhaps minimize their strategy within some parameters to make it more palatable to so that their parasitic bond is somewhat is stable within some sort of things, which in some sense I do think it's slightly unethical, because it might be good for your client, but it's certainly bad for their victim, that you're showing them how to pretend to be human, how to pass as being a human being just long enough so that they can sort of entract some prey to sort of fall victim to their overarching strategy, because you've made it sort of palatable on a more superficial sort of thing, when actually the solution is that these people should just be removed from society. They should just be extracted. They should be put in, where did they put them in the 1940s and the 1950s? Into, what do they call them? Hysteria. It started with an H, you know. But in some sense, that's, you know, and I do think that maybe treatment would be more successful, obviously, if they followed the things that I've just laid out, but also if culture itself was, if we're not going to lock these people up, obviously I don't think we are going to lock these people up, and maybe it's good that society is being exposed to them and their values manifesting politically, because that means that essentially it has to be overcome, it has to be transcended on a cultural level, which is maybe good for culture, that it learns to deal with this bullshit. But essentially, it's a certain kind of maturity that culture will have to take, otherwise it'll just fall into fascism, essentially. But by acclimatizing itself to these toxic values, in the ideologized sort of form of that borderline takes. But so in some sense, if culture itself grew up to this and labeled these people as dysfunctional, then maybe therapy would also, obviously a slightly more agile form of therapy that I've outlined, would have a higher success rate. But essentially, because there's too much easy prey, because there's too much blood which these vampires are capable of extracting, it's just not really possible, because there's no real motivation for them to switch from their strategy. It's just it's relatively successful enough, basically. Anyway, okay, so that's the end of that idea. I guess that's I've said it out loud. I just realized that perhaps my depiction of the celebrity bad cop is in a therapeutic team might be sort of a bit too left. I left out details that would be perhaps important details to add, but in some sense I thought that this was so common sense that I didn't mention them in the first place, but it's perhaps dangerous, so I'll correct that lack of detail. So this celebrity bad cop, in some sense, would be in the sense of them being a police officer, as a metaphor. They are investigating. They are invigilating. In some sense, they are like an examiner. So their role is much like an examiner, where they are testing the borderline client or whatever, patient. But it can't, obviously, just testing someone is a very dehumanizing sort of thing. So it has to kind of be broader than that in some sense. So it's a kind of like in some sense there have to be very few boundaries between professional and private in some sense, but obviously it's not about the person doing the invigilation. But it is about sort of them being honest and blunt about their judgment over what they are discovering through the invigilation or the examination. And in some sense, obviously, this person would not be dealing with this client or patient all the time, so they would sort of be in consultation with the other one. Oh, I've heard about your case. I've heard that this has been happening, and that you're not dealing with this. And then, in my experience, when I've encountered borderline personality disordered people, I find that essentially they're just not interested in changing. They just don't really have the motivation to do anything different. And their feelings, they always use their feelings as a shield to excuse their bad behavior, because they just never actually do the actual alternative to their pathology, which is just a consistent pattern, which essentially they just never bother doing anything else. So, when I hear this about your case, it just seems like, well, there's another one that is just really not interested in doing anything other than what it is that they are already doing, which by definition makes them a borderline sort of person. And, it can maybe get into a bit of philosophy, maybe get into a bit of psychology as well, into a bit of, but in some sense, a lot of the philosophy of the borderline in some sense is just utter solipsism. It's just utter autism in some sense, in excusing their autoplasticity stratagem over others, which means that they're fundamentally never able to make contact with other people. And so sort of the celebrity bad cop in some sense is there to kind of hit home that kind of overarching existential sort of conundrum which the borderline is stewing in, that is still in this ongoing stew, and they're unwilling to sort of confect anything else, or to unconfect that particular borderline stew. And they're just there to sort of underline those features in some sense. And you can't do it analytically, and you can't just do it sort of, you have to do it in the interview or in the invigilation of the exchange. And it has to be done authentically. You can't just do this. You kind of have to be a holistic human being when you're doing this, because otherwise it's not going to be conveyed. The authenticity of the substance of what you're communicating is not going to be conveyed. And you essentially have to believe these judgments which you are supplying to the patient, that it's true about their case. And then you can even sort of, as you say this, maybe they start crying or they start having an emotional response or something like that. And it really is possible to break through that kind of reaction. It really is. And you can even show it to be an inauthentic reaction in some sense, that it's just a defense mechanism, and that you can even get them, when they're talking analytically after they've had an ostensible sort of emotional reaction like that, and you can just see, well, you see how you have even just been leveraging your emotions to shield yourself from any kind of responsibility in this matter, that this is the alternative to doing anything else. But in some sense, it kind of gets boring, because essentially it's just the same issue over and over again, that they are fundamentally indolent on the level of analytically not dealing with things differently. It is sort of an analytical deficit, but that analytical deficit is not a condition that is not a condition that is being unconsciously projected within them. It's being consciously orchestrated, and it's bad faith. this is the thing, is that you're fundamentally dealing with a structure of ego function bad faith that is reverse engineering fabled storied subconscious masks and unconscious inner child's belief structures, and they can tune into any one of those elements they can tune into their belief structure, and if they talk on behalf of their belief structure directly, you will hear the psychopathic element, and if they tune into their subconscious masks, you will hear this kind of this codependent, this subtextual codependent extraction. Because the belief structure is still functioning through those subconscious masks. So those subconscious masks are just the kind of are the sort of send in the clones, or just the kind of the chameleon defenses, and to the whack-a-mole sort of confusion to put you off the scent that their belief structure is still is confused by these confusing subconscious masks or feeling bodies, which they just sort of generate haphazardly, and they shapeshift between them or whatever. That there's always a new person to talk to. That's why generally you don't want to talk to them. You just want to talk to their beliefs, and you want to talk to their analytical bad faith, and then you'll talk to the same person over and over again. And the more that they try to sort of pretend to have a subconscious, well, it's an incorrectly structured subconscious. It has inculcated within their subconscious is their intellectual bad faith. So if you don't deal with the intellectual bad faith first, then you're just dealing with an endless array of clones, in some sense. And that's why, generally you can talk past their subconscious mask. You can talk past their feelings. Their feelings are just like the weather, which they are engineering in order to get the scent off of their bad faith, their analytical bad faith, their psychopathy, their inconsistency in their judgment of their ego function. And the judgment of their ego function is obviously there in their subconscious mask, because they are constantly deploying it with some measure of subterfuge and subtextual coercion or manipulation. In some sense, they often only show you their analytical side if the culture supplies them with the context that allows them and facilitates them to have their judgment followed or imprinted on by, after they've already established a kind of codependency, which the therapeutic relationship is very much in the same vein of that kind of setup. So it's I think, to a large extent, it's actually pathological. I mean, talking about this is almost so academic, because I mean the sad thing is that they don't really have a genuine intention to change. They'll, in as much as they create a new narrative about why they need to change, it's just a kind of, it's a it's just a new pretext for a new set of subconscious masks to sort of to create a new drama to coalesce around, in some sense. It's just a sort of shell game into it, changing the parameters of the game into fitting a new theme, to fitting a new scenario. So they'll go through like different epochs in their life, in some sense, where the central drama that they had centered around their extractive interest, or their extractive strategy around, might change the substrate. It might change the sort of the cultural, environmental substrate that their masks, that their social, that their feeling bodies are plugged into, maneuvering around that culture. And therapy is no different. is just another one of those cultures in which they want to inhabit the same strategy. Uh, and they can do that so that they can pretend to be on the road to recovery. It's, you know, anyway. And I didn't say the thing that I wanted to say in that recording. So let me just quickly say it. So that the bad cop celebrity must always be able to defend what they are saying with reason. They must always justify their words and actions. They must be capable of doing so. That doesn't mean that they must always justify what it is that they're saying or doing, because sometimes, after they've already exemplified an example of that justification, the borderline can use that mechanism. Oh, he always has to justify what he's saying. He always has to vindicate his integrity. So if I just keep on attacking his integrity, then he's forced to defend it. You don't want to get into that kind of toxicity of being played by the borderline. And even if you explain that, you work out that you're being algorithmically manipulated by them, that doesn't stop them from still using the same theme. You know, it's quite disgusting even that, you know, you can sort of say, look, I see what you're doing. Look, you're doing it. They'll even admit it, and then they'll continue doing it. It's like, it's completely psychopathic. Oh, I understand that I'm extracting control from other people, and then I'm blaming them for the outcomes in my life, and then I understand why you aren't willing to provide me with more advice or suggestions or control. Oh, now I'm in an emergency, like literally 2 minutes later. Please tell me what to do. It's like it's complete. It's like, did you know, they don't monitor their own reality in some sense. They don't monitor their own story, because it's not important that their story be consistent. That's what they're extracting from you. They want you to exhibit consistency to push back against them or something like that. Um, I'm not going to elaborate into more of that sort of theme aspect or whatever, but it's just, in some sense, I think it's just, that's part of that sadistic sort of Damocles. Um, it's just part of that aspect of the strategy. Um, okay, okay. I guess I have another addendum to sort of make about borderline, in the vein, or in the under the topic of sort of therapy and dealing with speculative framework for treatment. So I think borderline has never been properly this. There hasn't been a sophisticated enough model of it or understanding of it to actually treat it effectively. So it's mainly just been managed in some sense. It's never been. There's no hope of sort of any real intrinsic improvement, and that is mostly because of what I will call the transactional element. That the borderline strategy of the autoplasticity strategy is not based on a transactional framework, but it is not premised on a transactional scaffolding in the environment, or in the conventional culture that it is manifesting or presenting itself within the context thereof. So it's not based on a transactional ploy or something like that, or but it does involve transactional elements. It has to involve transactional elements, because otherwise it's autoplasticity strategy. Because I mean, first of all, if it was premised in a transactional element, then it wouldn't be an autoplasticity strategy. It would be perhaps embroiled in what people mislabel as an alloplastic defense. It's not alloplastic defenses. Um, but it does have it is involving a transactional element, and that transactional element, in some sense, is the subtextual manipulation. Essentially, without that transactional element, it's very hard to plot and to model, for the borderline to plot and to model their target, their audience, their host. It's not going to work unless there's a transactional element that they can leverage against them. So there's a transactional there's some kind of transactional participatory dimension along which that can be relied on and depended on as a kind of dimension of coercion and compulsion, so that they can get their target, to force their target, because of the underlying transactional premise of a particular context or whatever. So it's like, oh, the context is that you're the therapist and I'm the patient, so therefore you have to treat me. You have to put up with me within certain boundaries or whatever. So there's a transactional lever. There's a transactional lever that can be resorted to and that can be sort of held hostage as a as a control mechanism, as a coercive control mechanism, so that they can exercise their psychopathic control over another person. That they can sort of enslave them to the narrative in some sense. Yeah, that's a better way of looking at it. That the transactional element is what gives their spiderweb narrative its stickiness, its purchase on the target, on the prey. So and essentially this is why therapeutic intervention or clinicians have never been able to get anywhere, because in some sense they've never been able to disentangle themselves from the transactional element well enough that they could actually because in some sense there's no way to disabuse the context from any kind of transactional element. You have to somewhat confront it head on and to remove it from the instrumentality that the borderline will problem is that because transactions are fundamentally participatory, they force you into that dimension. They force you into that they invoke that subtext. They impose it and enforce it into, and you see, so they leverage transactional elements in a way to muddy and murky and convolute the context, so that they can disguise what it is that they are doing by just confusing the context, by convoluting it with the transactional element. And so it's a kind of it's a diversionary tactic. It's a disorientating imposition, and it's what I call is part of the general strategy of decompartmentalization, that they are trying to decompartmentalize their target or their host so that they can ramp up the kind of sadistically edged psychopathy in some sense, which is just a and that's just a natural reflection of their actual state of beliefs. They don't care about other people. They care about expressing negative emotions against themselves so that you will buy into the glasshouse defense and you will aid them in protecting them from their own negative affectation against themselves in some sense. And then you are incepted into essentially blind service and pandering and catering to that non-stop narrative self-pitying, sort of they're at the center of the narrative in some sense. And how they orchestrate that narrative there is a transactional element that's part of it. It's not the center. The center is the autoplasticity strategy, but it's one of the main ingredients in producing the narrative web framework. And then they are always the spider at the center of the web. They are the chess-playing demon, as it were, the psychopathic strategy. Which is essentially, so they're spinning this web that has two main ingredients. The ingredient is that you are controlling me, you have done this to my life because you have controlled me. And then the other ingredient is extracting the participation or the transaction or whatever, is forcing the other person to provide that control, which is then scapegoated. So it's this sort of this incoherent or inconsistent sort of act that you have to be exposed to, and that gets you tied up and entangled into the narrative. And essentially that narrative needs to have enough motion in itself. It needs to have enough internal momentum that they can sort of use that internal momentum to disguise their own subterfuge. So and they will often use the transactional element as a way to denigrate the other participants in some sense, and to also condition them generally into having to prove themselves according to the narrative which the borderline is constantly holographically projecting. And so it's one of the sort of the many puppet strings that is woven in to the reality game that is constantly being played against a host. And in some sense, I think that the transactional element, if that could just be isolated and tracked analytically, if that could be monitored analytically by a clinician, that they would very soon start to see the picture that I keep on describing. That this is not someone who is inexorably upsetting themselves because their subconscious mask is sort of has got this pattern of inconsistency which always transpires into the same chaotic mess. That it isn't just a kind of inexorable condition that is precipitating the same drama, that the drama is confected. And again, it's confected by, it's in between the masks, it's in between the subconscious emotions. It's not in any individual emotion, but it's happening as she cycles, as she moves between the characters of these different emotional qualities in some sense. And I don't even think that any of those emotions are even real at all. They are analytical. They're vehicles of deploying analytical, strategic components in some sense. And so cleaning up some of these conceptual, let's say, realms or categories on which the subterfuge is playing out on. In some sense, the transactional element creates a kind of enforced blind spot in which they can kind of perform their misdirection. So it's a kind of like, it's a way to leverage a kind of, well, if you are a clinician and you're being paid to deal with this person, under that, proceeding from that premise, there's a way in which you can be geometrically kind of triangulated into not broaching that subject so as to cover a whole slew of disingenuous participation. but essentially there's a scapegoating that's being facilitated. I mean, I'm not describing an example of it quite well, but essentially that there's this expectation based on the transaction that cannot be properly invigilated and so on that theme, there's a protected, isolated development of sort of pseudo beliefs or operating culture, which facilitates a kind of forgery of reality that continues to sort of double down and conceal the narrative game that is being spun, because you can't sort of exhaust all narratives, because there's a blind spot which they're going to sort of try to manipulate into and in some sense it's even if it's analytically dealt with, it's not, because as long as they can still leverage their emotions and their emotions are being respected. So I had this point, which I don't know if I made the point clearly enough, and now I've lost my threads slightly on this point, but essentially it has to do with the fact that there is no that because clinicians have already fallen into the pit of the glasshouse defense, they've already bought into it. They've bought that narrative. They've bought that story. That makes them gullible. On exactly this kind of topic, on the topic of this transactional element not being exhaustible in some sense, because it's woven into the roles in the culture, and which is woven into the emotionality of the feeling body of the borderline, which is just a sham anyway. But in some sense, it's being respected as an honest agent of the internal belief state, in some sense, when it is no such thing. In some sense, it's only representative of a hollow belief state. Which they can even be analytically disposed to voicing, in some sense. Anyway. Okay, so there's another sort of element that I want to add, I guess, but so let me just quickly reiterate. So borderline is not premised in transactional alloplastic defenses. It's not based on that, it's not premised on that. It ostensibly appears to be engaging in such a thing. It leverages transactional elements in order to disguise its strategy of autoplasticity. So that's my basic claim. That is quite distinctly different. That the autoplasticity strategy is the foremost, let's say, analytical even project of the borderline that it's contending. And if it can, and I just wanted to sort of express how in the leveraging of these transactional elements, then it can always create a kind of a sympathy grab extraction, or a feeling mask, or a feeling body, or a social entity that is used as its vehicle, which can always extract, let's say, a kind of compatriotism to the narrative that is being projected or holographically incepted on and imposed against its target or its environment or the culture or the conventions that it is surrounded by. So that is how it hooks itself in to extracting its sympathy through always just having a narrative which is always grounded in roles and identities, which are then subject to this never-ending autoplasticity strategy, so that it can always just leverage its relativistic subjective self-reporting of promises and bargaining, which has that kind of transactional element baked into it in some sense. And so transactional elements are very important to disguise the never-ending autoplasticity strategy. And so in this way, the project of clinical therapy treatment for borderline in some sense is just another chapter of this never-ending strategy in some sense, and that becomes fundamentally baked in as soon as you believe and regard and reify that it's an alloplastic defense instead of an autoplasticity strategy, which would force you into confrontation with your borderline client or patient. You can already see how transactional conventions have been leveraged in order to protect the autoplasticity strategy in some sense. And so they will often create a new game piece, and in some sense maybe allowing them to create new identities is part of the road to recovery, that you try to get them to develop a better shell, a better identity, shell game, better identity in which they are ostensibly actually involved in their treatment, or that they want to get better, or that they want to change and they don't want to be borderline anymore, or they want to curb their bullshit or whatever. You might need that in order to ground their attention, in order to put under the spotlight their analytical bad faith, as it were. Because they will often essentially say, they will admit anything. They will admit any culpability, so much as it gives them access to pushing the reset button and merely being able to hold out a new identity, a new role, a new game piece in the narrative that they are in the center thereof, and holographically projecting onto their target or whatever, and leveraging that as a transactional piece as well as to why they should be invulnerable to criticism in some sense. They will admit fault in order to essentially stop themselves from being prone to that same complaint. So they will often admit something and then continue perpetrating it. Like literally a minute later. It's just completely. There's a kind of transactional element that they're leveraging to keep you quiet about that, because they don't want to feel bad about themselves anymore. So the glass house defense. I'm saying this a bit roughly. That could be done in a more particular and neater explanation probably, but I'll leave that for somebody else to articulate. So I'm just basically saying that, let's say the narrative of therapy can be leveraged just like any narrative in order to impose identities and roles, while leveraging and confusing the context and the subtext by invoking transactional leverage, conventions, to leverage conventions to force people into essentially buying the disingenuousness and the continuing autoplasticity, charade and cycles of imposing a narrative and imposing roles according to that narrative, which is being subjectively tracked and monitored and plotted by the borderline. Now, I want to get to describing essentially how they can use therapy as essentially just another iteration of the same con game of another shell game of this. That's just another iteration of the ongoing autoplasticity strategy, um, is that they will. This is the proof if the borderline is making real progress or not. This is the only proof, is that they admit to analytical subterfuge. They actually can actually account for the actual tactical disingenuousness and the overt, let's say, deception and the coercion and the manipulation of the context and the subtext. If they don't actually admit to that kind of analytical, let's say, subversion and subterfuge, if they don't ever sort of catalog those kinds of manipulation and those kinds of what I call decompartmentalization of their target, in terms of breaking down how they, sort of burn the candle from both ends, and if they can't consciously admit to that, then they are not anywhere close to any even small kind of progress, because essentially they'll just always have some new epiphany about how, oh, it was just empathy that I didn't understand. I didn't care about other people. There'll always be some version of, well, I was a psychopath and now I've seen the light of my way, and then they'll just adopt that role that, oh, I wasn't empathetic before and now I am empathetic. So because my identity is now positive about empathy and the importance of empathy, then that belief is my shield. That essentially becomes an ostensible belief, because that belief is not holistically reconciled with an active responsibility, in some sense, of tracking all their strategies and their tactics, which they are taking ownership of. They do that kind of identity valence shift because they're just essentially dressing up a new game piece. They're dressing up a new feeling mask, a social mask. And then essentially the idea is that then if they complain about being felt bad about being criticized, then you can't criticize them anymore. So they will just give you more of that subjective. See, this is as well another element of their dysfunction, is that they will self-report their internal introverted emotions in some sense. They won't deal with you as a person with boundaries. They will express their internal affectation because they want you to be held responsible for their internal affectation. They want to exhibit their internal negative emotion as the glasshouse defense, as a leverage of manipulation and control, that you have to be responsible for the reality that they are receiving, and therefore you have to sort of reflect their expectations and sort of suggestions as to what is fair relative to their subjective perspective, and they don't care about anyone else's. This is just this is the actual, because it is, I would say, overt psychopathy. This is just a way of expressing a kind of control through an autoplasticity strategy of expressing emotions. But in some sense, I don't think they are emotions. They are just representations of the borderline's wish to control and coerce and to create the outcome and the effects that they desire, and that somebody else can always be made responsible, essentially, that other people will have to pay the price for not delivering to them what their narrative has plotted and planned and contrived to precipitate to their sort of autistic unilateral greed, in some sense. That I call it greed because it's at the cost of integrity. They don't actually believe in other people as entities. They are just tokens on a chessboard as they plot towards what they want. So it's this unilateral expectation, entitlement sort of thing, which is being orchestrated by this autoplasticity strategy. And so, in as much as you're hypnotized by the negative emotion and the negative affect, that's just another layer of the manipulation. And until they are actually willing, and in some sense they are willing to admit to the strategy and the tactics, but they don't articulate the particular tactics and the strategy, but they will sometimes emote the attitude that goes along with that strategy. They will even tell you about their psychopathic disregard, and they're sadistically, because I mean essentially their whole strategy is based on the sadistically edged asymmetrical treatment of other people, in which they are a kind of the solipsist, which is also the sort of the chess playing demon, so the kind of the brain in the vat and the chess, and the god that is actually a demon, that is literally their kind of that is what their strategy is fundamentally premised in. And their unwillingness to sort of to see that there's an alternative to that mode of being, to that, and in some sense, their unwillingness to analytically judge their own character is what the analytical impediment is to them developing empathy, because they will not admit to their tactics and their strategies, but they will own that, let's say, that belief state. They will own that belief state, but they won't cash out the belief state in terms of what they are actually doing in terms of their social mask. So because they won't admit to the responsibility that their social mask sort of is representing towards their belief system, because essentially there isn't a link between accountability between the social mask and the belief system, they have a belief system, and then they have the autoplasticity strategy of just a shell game of identity and narrative and role, which they are imposing and enforcing on others. And essentially it just never ends, because they never analytically admit to it, because then they know that could be leveraged against them into compelling them to live up to a different standard, a different modus operandi. So by not articulating it, and that's intellectual bad faith, because you can talk to them in this psychopathic valence, where they are representing, let's say, their beliefs in which they're basically admitted solipsists. They believe that, oh no, well, there is no such thing as morality. Well, no one else has a higher standard. Why can't I do it? Other people are just as selfish, so why can't I be? They kind of have this sort of this agnostic sort of ethical. They're agnostic on the level of kind of agency. Yeah, I mean that's the best way to describe it. Is they have consciously relegated agency. And because they don't sort of cash out what that relegation on that belief front is in terms of their social behavior, in terms of, well, this is what I'm tactically doing, I'm admitting that this is what I'm doing, they are sort of, that's just a replication of their relegation of agency in some sense. That there's always this external locus of control to shift and divert pressure and coercion onto, because that is what everyone is doing. Everyone is doing the same thing as that, and they don't want to stop doing it. And so because essentially they don't believe in agency, they don't believe in their own agency fundamentally, and they don't wish to, they're not motivated to, they stop themselves from generating an analytical catalogue of their own misdeeds in some sense, or their own ongoing style of interaction. So because they won't critique their own style of interaction, there is no real progress, in essence. Because they will just continue to dress it up as an identity problem. Oh, well, I wasn't empathetic before, but now I'm empathetic. So now that my identity has this quality of empathy, there's no more problem. Don't criticize me. It makes me feel bad if you criticize me. So, it's just this kind of, you see, it's just a shell game where it's continuing the same mechanism. Because they're not willing to actually do the work of curating their own beliefs according to a seed belief, a core belief of, let's say, agency and free will, and therefore respecting other people's agency and the integrity of other people's emotions, whereas other people's emotions are just as fluid as their presentation of a feeling body and emotions, which are just essentially levers of a kind of contest of power. And then if they get other people to label this as an alloplastic defense, well, then there's no hope whatsoever, because then essentially you've already relegated themselves, that they've been allowed to have that sort of that cognitive deficit baked into their character, that they're allowed to essentially not track other people's agency and integrity in some sense. Actually, in some sense, they do track other people's agency, because they are subverting it. constantly, but essentially they don't respect agency. Essentially, um, I was told that, let's say, some practical benefit was derived when a basic tool was developed to start to sort of create awareness of other people's emotions and some kind of empathy. And I still think that this might not even be a valid stepping stone in some sense. It might just be part of creating, in some sense, borderlines have always liked to create replicas, reductions of a test to pass, because if they can pass that test, then they can leverage a transactional sort of cover for the ongoing bullshit. So they will often sort of say, no, just tell me something to do simply, and I'll just do that, and then they'll find a way to do the same bullshit with that basic tool, because they're not willing to kind of go deeper. But perhaps there is some merit to them getting their feet wet in terms of something, but then it has to sort of be in a context in which it unfolds and elaborates into a deeper sort of philosophy or theory or something like that, that encompasses, let's say, real empathy and not just functional empathy. Sam Vaknin, I think, correctly terms it. Um, and so, I mean, like one basic example, and obviously this is too basic, and it will always lead, if this is not expanded upon and cultivated to be broader and contextual, but in some sense, things will never be broadened if there's no motivation to actually take it seriously and genuinely, rather than just abusing it as a heuristic. But essentially, you have to be very careful, because borderlines are always looking for heuristics, because heuristics are always useful to disguise the same bullshit. Okay, but essentially, so this was an example given to me that uh, that asking a borderline to track other people's reality and other people's emotional state, and sort of to be bound by the context of that emotional state, and to not sort of try to derange that emotional state by like trying to aggrandize it and then sort of feeding it aspersions and insults, sort of the sort of the seesaw of sort of terrorism, of emotional terrorism, to kind of just make the other person just try to sort of demand a kind of consistency, and then you can kind of tone police them, and then it's this never ending, kind of cycle of this psychopathic essentially abuse, which is concealed by essentially, you know, their abrasive and sadistically edged attitude, which is peppered with this inconsistency, which overall I would just call it psychopathy. But that essentially, if you can just tell the borderline, okay, well, track the other person's emotional state and don't try to derange their context. You could, okay, I still think that this is a bad idea, but I'm going to give it as an example, that if you tell them to just understand that another person can be fearful of something, and just try to work out what they are fearful of, and try to keep that in mind, that the other person is fearful of something, and that changes their whole perception of reality, and that they have a different way of seeing things depending on what fear they might be focusing on. And then if you understand that element, that you're tracking that then you can also offer them something to do in order to fix that fear, in order to do something for them about that you can sort of collaborate with them or help with them or offer them something to manage that, or to help, so in some sense that would be like an example. In some sense, I think it's probably like a sort of a concrete sort of thought experiment that one can maybe it would be better not to do this, but to simulate it in therapy as a kind of exercise, as a way to practice empathy. And then you start with basic things like fear, and then you broaden, through a lot of these exercises, you eventually maybe make them slightly more complicated, and you try to control for the scenario to some degree, that you add in elements of complexity, and then you basically you start somewhere, and then you get into, let's say, being able to digest and process circumstances to which you actually start to develop empathy on a robust sort of level, and then you've got sort of a practicing into a kind of sophistication that is necessary in some sense in order to repair. Anyway, that might be a kind of tool that might be useful in some sense. The celebrity bad cop thing, it might have too many problems to speak of. Might also be, in some sense, anything might be fine. It doesn't. In some sense, there's no strategy that's going to work with this. In some sense, it has to be more genuine than that. It has to be deeper than that. It has to be more vigilant than that. And so I guess with the celebrity bad cop, sort of metaphor that I was using, and kind of strategy in some sense, I mean, because even that would have to be nuanced. Even the celebrity bad cop would have to be the good cop some of the time, perhaps, depending on the context. And yeah, there's no sort of formulaic way of treating this, because the problem really generally is a lack of motivation. And in some sense, that can never be externally propitiated. You can never force a borderline to get better. It's very, you can't even say it's unlikely. It's not unlikely or likely. It's none of those things. It's just up to them, essentially. And that's why, I guess I invoke something as crazy and weird as like a celebrity bad cop sort of thing that I was talking about. Just someone that has less exposure than the day-to-day therapist, or the therapist that has to endure more of the sort of thing, of the condition, endure more of the exposure. Anyway, okay, now I just wanted to actually get to why also I made this recording. I wanted to say that Sam Vaknin, a long time ago, talked about a construct called inverted narcissism. And when I talk about borderline, I am thinking also of an inverted narcissist, but I might be incorrect. So this is a general caveat on everything that I've said about borderline, is that what borderline might be referred to by most people in the field might include what I would generally conceive of as a kind of hybridized borderline, which in some sense might also be a different metatype or a different metagram expression of a very similar kind of structure, a very maybe like the same kind of circuitry and interrelated sort of setup. But when I talk about borderline, the kind of narcissism, obviously these things are very much comorbid, but essentially when I'm talking about borderline, my experience of borderline has generally been of the variety that had a kind of comorbidity with what I would call inverted narcissism. And so I just thought that I should say that in this recording, and I should have it in my work, that essentially when I'm modeling it in my mind and when I'm talking about it, I'm perhaps talking about a species of borderline which might not be generically, might not be generalizable to some degree. And I thought that was an important qualification to state. What else? And I mean, I wonder how common. I mean, inverted narcissism, which is a species of covert narcissism, is incredibly rare. And borderline is not that rare. But if you sort of overlap those two populations, it might be that every inverted narcissist is also a borderline, and then might be sort of 20%. Well, I don't know actually. I think I've heard two different statistics. I think I've heard that like it's like 15% of women or something quite high are like borderline, but I've also heard a 5% statistic. So going on the lower one, if it was a 5% statistic, and what is it? And I think Sam Buckner said about 1% of narcissists are inverted narcissists. So that's actually smaller than the general population. So it's incredibly rare. So I don't know. I wonder. And it might also be that inverted narcissists is a kind of borderline which has potentially the capability of not being that socially pathological in some sense, that it might go undercover depending on the it might be more manageable in a lot of cases, in some sense, that you only sort of hear about the ones that don't find a niche of, let's say, psychologically sustaining their anyway, this is okay, so I basically I put the caveat that I wanted to put. So it is strange, because I think I have seen, let's say, elements of this almost inverted narcissism in what I would call decompartmentalization. In some sense, it's more obtuse when you're dealing with someone who is like ideologically taken in by identity politics, the social justice warriors. Their decompartmentalization script or strategy, in some sense, of decompartmentalizing their target or whoever it is that they're dealing with, so that they can be managed and controlled, will be according to the format that the ideology has sketched out. In some sense, it's kind of like a treatise of psychological warfare, which and in some sense that canonical grouping that the ideology sort of conventionally tries to inculcate into the culture will be automatically plugged into existing conventions, and let's say have a counter narrative in contradistinction to narratives which aren't amenable to its spread or whatever. So it will have a very clear, it will seem more programmed, in some sense. I mean, a lot of borderlines will leverage gender stereotypes and gender norms and things like that. But like, let's say a psychological inverted narcissist borderline will be capable of orchestrating this level of subterfuge or manipulation by themselves. That they will develop it bespoke. That they will do it. As needed, and they will sort of manufacture it as needed, whereas sort of the let's say the more common borderline in some sense will kind of just latch onto the pre-existing sort of external things, whereas perhaps an inverted narcissist, I don't know, I wonder, I'll have to think about this and maybe listen to the construct of inverted narcissism, but in some sense, construct of inverted narcissism might be indistinguishable from borderline in general, or I don't even know if there's an important distinction. But in some sense, I think that my claim about, yeah, I mean, I guess to be consistent, I'll have to say that, like, I think the description of inverted narcissism is a better description of borderline, which had to sort of be crafted separately because of this bias within the field to sort of to believe that this thing is like, again, like the distinction between alloplastic defenses and what I have labeled an autoplasticity strategy. So it's just a kind of, it's a proto. It was a sort of, it had to be developed because the field is already sort of enamored with this particular description of borderline. And I think, to me, I mean, in some sense, I think that there is a misreading of people and their psychology in general that's sort of baked into the culture of this often quite superficial culture, because we give people the sort of a free pass that they are allowed their foibles, or they are allowed their little private den of sort of subjective, subconscious, sort of projection to stabilize their own psyche or something like that. And because essentially, there's also this growing culture of making space for people's, let's say, pathological thinking, because life is because of this kind of this kind of moral relativism that has crept in within culture in general, making more space for more of this kind of delusional pathology. But I think that people even have always known that, like, there's a borderline idiomatic, kind of presentation, which people have intuitively even started to associate with being disingenuous, with having a kind of bad faith baked into it, that it misunderstands on purpose, and that it's not even trying to understand things, it's just trying to orchestrate its coercion and its control from a kind of narrative relativism that it can self-report into existence. And I think that borderlines, they do, ironically, like, less so than the ones exemplifying, let's say, the inverted narcissism, because the inverted narcissism in some sense means that at some point they have to pretend to be non-pathological at some point at the start, usually, to kind of facilitate their inception of their target. So they will kind of pretend to be non-pathological before ramping up the kind of the decompartmentalization and the sadistically edged, kind of breaking down of boundaries. But essentially, when borderlines are empowered by already a culture which is allowing them to extract according to their identity or their role, then they're already sort of in the other phase. So, like, borderline in some sense, then if it's just seen in that sort of after the preparatory work has already been done, because the identity and the narrative has already been cast and is being actively imposed on the subconscious atmosphere of that includes other people, and that is sort of being broadcast, that, let's say, the inverted narcissist thing is the person who is actually engineering that, and is actually crafting that, and is actually sort of creating that pretext in some sense, which borderlines, I think, are usually naturally doing, but generally they are more stable in the other, in when they are in a calcified, crystallized identity, in which they are part of this kind of the underdog, that they have been hard done by, their identity has been wronged, and they are sort of getting their own back, is the sort of is the kind of, but anyway, like that, when you deal with someone who is sort of in that psychological space, I think it's you can even hear it in their voice that, you know, this shrill, sanctimonious, moral sort of, you know, that they are the chair of the committee, that they are the moral external authority being imposed against others. What's my point? Is that what was my point? My point was is that when people are confronted by that they I feel like they know that they're being toyed with. They know that they're being strategically, you know, sort of managed in some sense. But because of the general conventions that we allow people their foibles and we allow people, you know, like their own sort of subconscious space in order to stabilize their own psychologies, they are sort of abusing that convention in order to kind of overtly sort of subject people in their culture via that convention, to leverage that convention to sort of induce people to sort of have their narrative hang on to those other people, and so that they can force and extract a certain level of compliance and coercion relative to that subjective narrative. So essentially, they're not just like a lot. I mean, I've said this in other ways, that like, yes, other people's false egos, they all essentially have a narrative baked into them. They all live in a narrative. They all live in their own world in some sense. But in as much as that we give people the psychological space to do that, borderlines abuse that in the sense that their narrative is about making their narrative other people's narratives. You know, it's about a kind of narrative conquest and a sort of assimilation. And in as much as that you have to sort of find something to barricade yourself, to keep up certain boundaries against them, it also sort of throws the whole question of false egos and psychologies into the mix. And so, you know, like they can leverage that other people have iniquitous false egos in some nuanced dimension, and so then that's their excuse that they're allowed to take them over, because it's all a game of power in some sense. And, you know, it's very hard to defend against false egos because they are iniquitous in some dimension. But, you know, in terms of, you know, this is why a certain level of sort of liberal philosophy is required in order to allow a kind of cultural edifice that allows people to make any kind of progress, rather than sort of being prone to this kind of lowest common denominator, one size fits all, you know, imposition. Anyway, I've mentioned these themes before, but in some sense, you know, we are going to be taken over if we don't start labeling the borderline value system as an overreach and as an unjustified, you know, sort of unilateral imposition of itself onto others. was going to make a point that people know when they're dealing with a borderline person, it's sort of in their voice, that leveraging against a kind of inception. I mean, it's like this weird kind of paradox between an external locus of control and an internal locus of control. That they've got a kind of a fundamental confusion or paradox about locuses of control. I mean, obviously, maybe this wouldn't happen on an institutional level because it would be hard to do legally in some sense. But culturally, I think we must come to the idea that the concept of trust is being infected and being, let's say, is being abused by borderline values and borderlines in particular. And so, in some sense, if we can't legally stop them from getting certain degrees and using their credentials to sort of further their disgusting values, if we can't bar them from, let's say, studying and getting certain, that in some sense we have to culturally know that essentially, well, you don't hire that kind of person for that kind of job. You don't let them teach people. You don't let them lecture the young. You don't give them positions of authority over other people. That they're just not suited for that. In the same way that you wouldn't let a pedophile, become a kindergarten teacher. That we have to sort of get to that level of sort of common sense about these psychological things. Because if we're not serious about it, I don't see how we're going to turn back the kind of the fascistic totalitarian identity politics perversion of liberal, open, democratic society. If we can't even talk honestly about the vector and the source of this moral corruption, and this ongoing ethical, sort of confusion and the leveraging of conventions in such a way so as to disguise these strategies of control and manipulation. And I mean, in some sense, this did all start from gender politics. I mean, in some sense, I think we must know that this is why, for example, gender stereotypes, the traditional gender roles existed as a firewall to stop borderline, which is a predominantly female issue in some sense, from infecting the sense making of a society, that women were just barred from those positions in some sense. And the men that were borderline were generally, hopefully, ideally, they were identified as being, oh, you're thinking like a woman, as a way to kind of, obviously that was not a perfect way to police culture, but it worked well enough that we didn't have a culture that proliferated these disgusting values, that that these bad values were suppressed. Obviously, now we need a more exact and particular cultural police system to control these values, because, let's say, egalitarian philosophy in some sense has gone I mean, literally, it's sort of inverted itself. It's actually it's sort of it is, they have taken over the words of bigotry and racism and prejudice, and they have turned it into an ideology of bigotry, racism, and prejudice. It's so ironic. It's as if the fascists called themselves social justice warriors. That's exactly what has happened. The racists have just merely labeled themselves as the good guys, and reason and common sense can't sort of stop any of them. So the only way to kind of extract from this poisonous um, and toxic, sort of situation is to be particular about the thing that is problematic. And it will even, that kind of insight as well, in its particularity, will very clearly show up the level of pathology that exists within hierarchies, that exists within institutions, that exists within bad thinking, that produces bad policy and stupid policy, that essentially creates the problem that it supposedly is meant to fix. That it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. That uh, once we underline this particular form, and we define the problem as being in this style, then we become much more prone to actually problem solving, to actually fixing, coming up with real solutions um, that are actually transformative, rather than playing these semantic games and these narrative self-deluding sort of ways of projecting onto other people how the problems that they are persisting, the problems that are being persisted or replicated by the bad analysis, where it's even such a disgusting ideology that it sort of it proves itself incorrect, and then it challenges people to even point out how it's debunking itself, because then it can use that criticism as a springboard for even more pathological so-called reform, as it just continues to escalate its moral corruption. Anyway, it's always creating opportunity for more grievance to be complained about, because the only thing that is conserved is the narrative in some sense, and the monopoly that the narrative holds over the situation, and it can't really deal with things reasonably in terms of substantive investigation or any kind of humility, as it continues to escalate its sanctimonious tone. Anyway, okay, that's enough rambling, I guess. So just to recap, the overarching sort of themes are essentially the displacement of agency with narrative, which is the overarching strategy, which is then defended by rebranding every issue as a in the disguise of some kind of leveraging some kind of transactional, conventional, cultural sort of script, or sort of invoking a kind of motif, or invoking a kind of stereotype, or leveraging something like that, in order to disguise what is actually happening, which is essentially the dissolution of even the concept of agency and responsibility for agency into identities and roles which are cast in a narrative which is being subjectively portended and invoked and imposed and enforced in this unilateral monopolizing, sort of never-ending broken chain. And because of that consistency, then it trades on that consistency. That's why it's so eager to reframe what it's doing as, oh, I had the wrong identity, I had the wrong role, now I have the right role. So my role is always being refined and is correct and is in the right now. And so it's beyond reproach. It's always beyond susceptibility of agency and responsibility, that there's no accounting for past agency and responsibility, that there's always just the reset button pushed, and that the identity or the role has been updated. So now it's fine. So you can't have feelings about it. So your feelings get chopped up and cut up because it must always cater to the new version of the story, the new chapter that is being unilaterally invoked and spoken or directed. So, and also through subtextual sadistic treatments and sort of exposure to not following. If you don't follow what is the page that they're reading from now, then in terms of what the narrative now is, then it's because you are deficient, because you aren't. So there's this constant extraction of sympathy to the narrative, and the coercion really is facilitated by this narrative strategy and tactical deployment. In these various, sort of sadistic treatments. And because essentially they're unwilling to analytically track these tactics and these tendencies, and essentially they just want to turn it into an issue of their identity or the role that they were playing, and now they have an updated identity and an updated role, then they can just continue to play this shell game, that they can just continue to do it under a new guise, under a new visage, under a new pretext. And you can tell as well, because essentially when you actually are saying, okay, well, what is this new pretext now? Let's see how deep it really is, and does it really account for things? And they don't have the attention span, they don't have the patience to deal with anything that is coming from anyone else that isn't coming from their own unilateral direction of the narrative. And so they will, it's this psychopathic unilateral monopolization of a kind of locus of control that gets to play this kind of subtextual terrorism and drama with other people's feelings, that they will put you through exposure, they will put you through attrition to punish you for not buying that whatever they say is their pure feeling, essentially, and that pure feeling is always a representation of where things should be plotted in the narrative. They're not part of a negotiation. They're not part of a participatory equisality in terms of how things are being shared or analyzed. That there's no shared reality. It's you have to duplicate what is their reality, and there's no duplication going the other way. There's no sensitivity going the other way. It's just a sort of, and in some sense that sensitivity that isn't going the other way is because they are actively doing these tactics. They're actively never essentially caring about anybody else's integrity of feelings or emotion or whatever. Emotion is just a sort of a ploy for controlling strategically and garnering power and getting people to cater to one person's expectations. And so, in as much as that they can abuse certain heuristics and certain conventions in order to facilitate, the kind of the quid pro quo transactional element that is covering over this, that they use also to leverage that transactional thing in order to confuse their subtextual coercion. It's that, well, when I want something, it's because, well, I've already done something for you in terms of a transactional cover, and therefore now it's my turn to get the transactional thing back. And then you can't have a special pleading about anything because that is covered by the fact that I don't want to listen to more things that will hurt my feelings, because when you talk about things, it hurts my feelings. So their feelings are protected because they're too fragile, the glass house defense. So it's the leveraging transactional elements and the glass house defense means that essentially there's just this never-ending coercion, this never-ending asymmetrical cajoling, essentially. And that asymmetry could be analytically broken down, but they're not interested. They're not motivated. And that is overt bad faith. That is not just their... In some sense, it is manifested that they're drunk on their emotional narrative, that they don't want to put down the bottle of the emotional narrative. And in that sense, I guess you could depict it as a kind of as an addiction, as a kind of as an addictive, that sort of psychological analogy might sort of hold. But this is an addiction that involves the abrogation of agency and the externalization of blame and accountability in an overtly dishonest way, in a way in which that's being redirected in a very manipulative, very contrived and confected way, in which one is also managing certain conditions in the environment in order to facilitate. This ongoing, never-ending sort of thing. But anyway, so the thing that I just wanted to iterate is that the narrative is the displacement of the concept of agency, and essentially the weird kind of asymmetrical treatment of agency, that other people are always responsible for how they respond to their narrative, and they are never responsible for the narrative, because the narrative is the narrative subjectively implicated in their feelings, and they won't analytically break the connection between their unilateral stream of consciousness of introverted affectation that other people must be held responsible to conserving or maintaining or propping up, essentially. So they are essentially, they have a perverse incentive to be fragile because it gives them more control. Whatever facet of fragility that they can communicate. So they're very good at communicating their internal emotional state, essentially, because that is an autoplasticity strategy for external leveraging of obligation. Of course, and you can see why this almost evolutionarily would be even an adaptive advantage for a woman in some sense, because if there are conventions within a community that women have special statuses and they have special protections because they also, just their biological value to the group has a pro-social, sort of impact or whatever, that groups that don't privilege their woman essentially have fewer people, have fewer growth in the tribe, in the clan or whatever, and then that makes their group weaker relative to other communities that could absorb psychologically deranged women that could still be biologically productive in some sense. And so the conventional conservation of the biological value which women represent in some sense, you can see how essentially there is there's something around that in which there's a kind of female niche in which that exploitation essentially can be leveraged, and it might even have further pro-social implications, because to the extent to which that society can withstand this asymmetrical short-term gratification, sort of self-involved, sort of pathology, if you can cater to that, you must have some kind of access to surplus. You must be able to, because if you can contend with that level of irrationality in some sense, or that level of if you can contain that to some degree, but tolerate it, and also have to sort of burden whatever external pressure, the development of male disposability effectively, that has to then be managed very, very sophisticatedly in order to be able to pander and cater to those asymmetrical abrogations of responsibility that then just get dispersed and that have to be taken up somewhere else in the system. So you have to have a culture that's capable of essentially allowing for the redistribution of that kind of juvenile pathology. And then essentially it can also, obviously, that pathology in itself, if it is catered to too much and it sort of intensifies, then it can obviously reach scales in which it's just completely insatiable or uncaterable to. You just can't actually. I'm sort of imagining, like in terms. I mean, historically there have been examples of this where the birth of psychiatry with, there was a troupe of Greek women somewhere in some Aegean city-state or something like that, and they went sort of, they sort of, I don't know, they got some very sort of strange, weird ideas developed or whatever, and I mean, it was probably a kind of psychosis, a kind of shared psychosis that was linked to essentially borderline type cluster B, because I mean, if it doesn't receive some level of resistance for it to fight back against, it very is likely to sort of self-delude. It is very likely to kind of self-derange further and sort of metastasize, because if it's catered to, in a way in which that there isn't some kind of inbuilt cost that's being imposed in some sense, because in some sense the whole sort of psychopathology is all about essentially diverting costs into external morality games in some sense, like a kind of a reality game that is sort of got this moral corruption baked into it. And if you don't have sort of some kind of bulwark against the moral corruption, then it will, I think, naturally sort of decompose into a more and more delusional, deranged. Anyway, this is a bit too rambly, but anyway, you can just imagine the kind of problems that you run into if you sort of double down on this abrogation of agency, that essentially you can use that to spin any kind of strange how it can become a negative feedback loop, because essentially you can use that instrument essentially to safeguard further inroads into abrogating more agency in some sense. Because in as much as that narrative, a new narrative that comes to displace the old narrative, is even more egregiously treating that element of agency. And so you kind of get a kind of a devolution of agency that gets bled and dispersed into more crazy, incoherent aspects of the narrative. And then, you find that they're trying to abrogate responsibility to terminals within the narrative that are just, are so remote from them, and so remote from being able to be amenable to having the kind of intellectual sympathy that they're trying to extract, that essentially they become a kind of ideological basket case, a kind of crackpot. And I mean, this is what gender studies essentially is housed by. Like, I mean, there are some people within sort of gender studies who haven't lost the plot, but I mean, I'm talking in generalities here. I mean, in some sense, I would say the only people who haven't lost the plot are the people who essentially take the masculine side in all of these sorts of gender politics, that it's women that really have been the problem the whole time. Camille Pagliella, I'm sorry, she's actually schooled me on how to pronounce her name, and I'm not doing it justice probably. But Camille, she is probably, she's roughly got all of this stuff right. but gender studies in general is this just totalitarian, fascist, feminazi, kind of creed of of exactly the kind of conspiracy theory that you would hear in any kind of fascist propaganda. White privilege, white male privilege is functionally no different than the Jewish conspiracy, and it's just as ethereal and abstracted and deranged, essentially. That you have to believe in the system rather than agency, as the kind of causative description. Um, anyway. And yeah, I mean, the breakdown of that shell game really does require a kind of internal concerted effort to do something other than the autoplasticity strategy and just using a new identity and a new role in a slightly differently framed narrative to actually track the tactics of how you deploy the narrative and then do an alternative. But the first thing has to do is admitting how the tactics function so that they can actually internally monitor what they're doing when they're doing it. And I think actually that this internal monitoring, in some sense, then will be concurrent with a kind of holistic belief system that is in real time adapting itself, or capable of adapting itself and revising itself and burdening responsibility. But in some sense, the problem is that then you have the idea that essentially the problem is that they don't want to believe in agency. They have a core belief that believing in agency is suboptimal, is why should they, essentially. I mean, is generally the attitude is, will give them a reason why they should, and essentially that reason would then be, whatever it is, another reason to just concoct a narrative around, because essentially they want to be bribed into dealing with other people. They will only do it for a kind of transactional upside of control. And that is the biggest problem, is that they don't respect agency. They don't have a core belief in the respect or the belief in the integrity of agency itself. And in some sense, there is only the agency that the narrative portends, and that they want to be the managerial sort of thing, and so there's this, again, the dispersal and abrogation of even the notion of agency into a kind of systemic framework. And yeah, I mean, there are huge correlations with this, hypergamy, and that is something that that essentially, that this has generally been a useful sexual strategy for a woman, and women have that kind of niche. Now, if we want to change culture in some sense, I do think that it would be better to change culture. I mean, and obviously this is not, all women are not like this, but in some sense, if enough women get away with this, then it really does sort of sound the trumpet of hypergamy and of these values in some sense, because women in some sense do have a greater appreciation for how society is run. They are more aware of the conventions at work because, let's say, probably evolutionarily, it has been more advantageous for them to identify and to leverage those conventions in order to sort of allow them to advance themselves and to make themselves available to a kind of hypergamous, sort of engagement with accessing greater resources or whatever it is. And I mean, what's disgusting is the identity politics, toxic sort of gender politics, is just doing more of that in some sense, because it does not treat boys and girls the same. It tells girls that they're special because they've inherited disadvantage, and it tells boys that they're oppressing women in some sense. You know, it's the worst kind of disgusting sort of segregation, which will, of a kind of moral corruption as well. You know, it's inherently bigoted, and it's you know, the effects of it are going to be, I think, very damaging to actual egalitarian, you know, sort of sentimentality and an ethical normative framework is going to be hugely damaged. I mean, hopefully these disgusting, moral, corrupt, you know, sort of teachers and things like that that are exposing this disgusting ideology to children, that hopefully enough children will realize just how insane it is, just how incoherent it is, how unreasonable it is. So hopefully there will be some independent thinkers who will be able to see through the disgusting corruption. But yeah, to the extent to which that culture will be generally more deteriorated, more broken, more disorientated, you know, it's probably bad. But maybe there'll be maybe it'll be a springboard for a conscious redirection of these and essentially that we're not just going to have traditional values that are on the whole healthy, but we're going to have chosen values because we have a kind of core basis for choosing values which are better, and we have a kind of meta discussion about what values are good or not good or whatever, that it's not just a kind of that we have a kind of more philosophical and a deeper basis to our and everyone who can't do that essentially will fall in with essentially this very toxic crowd, and they will, you know, just sort of be teetering about, you know, sort of at any point going to precipitate a kind of fascistic groupthink, which, you know, or kind of a complete dissolution and disintegration of civilization. And these are people who perhaps don't deserve to sort of be part of civilization. Perhaps they do deserve to sort of start the Third World War and take each other out or something like that. I mean, I guess the problem is that they'll take other people with them. You know, yeah. So I mean, it is that sort of you know, having to proselytize to people who are potentially just too far gone is somewhat problematic, and the so-called democratic left, I think, probably falls into that category. I don't think that they will ever see the light in some sense. I think hopefully they will become unfashionable, and enough people will realize how toxic they are. But essentially, I think they will. Hopefully, they will stand as an example for the current generation and to future generations as they still persist and are among us, that they should be treated like pariahs, that these are why we don't have nice things, these are why we can't progress as a species. It's because we always have had a contingent of people like them, who, just because, you know, you label something revolutionary and you can and have a sanctimonious narrative that you're on the right side of history. You know, this has been the story of false religion. This has been the story of everything. Anyway, okay. And I mean, in some sense, the reason why we haven't dealt with it is because we never dealt with it on an individual level, and on the most individual psychological level, it is these individual, predominantly women, with their borderline personalities. And if we can't work out, we have to work out how to treat this at every level. We have to work out how to combat this on every level in some sense. And if we don't have an updated sexual mores, if we don't have updated sort of rules or at least a cultural awareness of how toxicity works on the level of the individual, I don't see. I mean, obviously these things are somewhat linked up, but yeah, I mean, and I can just say that this is exactly how fascism manifested. If you look at the Nuremberg dissatisfaction marches and you see all the women in those rallies, they have always been at the edge of this progressive fascistic cultural wave. That is how they like to relate to their political leaders. They want to be treated as an identity. They wanted to be pandered to and catered as an identity. They just want to be accorded high status. And usually at the cost of some scapegoat, at the cost through the mechanism of some conspiracy theory, of some kind of systemic oppression of how they are the underdog. This is the pattern. There is this tendency that becomes a kind of female stereotype, but that women then also conglomerate around that stereotype in some sense, because women are more in tune with the conventions of society, and they almost instinctively know to calculate the cost of going against the crowd and going with the crowd. Almost, sort of archetypally, there is this. Because women can always get by being a collaborator in some sense. They can always, it's much easier for them because they can take on these conventions that are just allow them to be painted as the moral majority in some sense. It is more of a feminine stereotype of being more morally sensitive in some sense. And in some sense, that sensitivity that comes at the cost of not being distinct and particular and sticking your neck out, that sensitivity comes essentially at the cost of not being forthright, but being passive, so that then one can always just say, well, yes, I was on the right side, I was just being silent. Because essentially they can be silent without being cowardly, which is not the same for the kind of the male stereotype. And so, the stereotype around, the greater female sensitivity, I mean, in some sense, it really is just callousness in another mask. So, I mean, there are all these sorts of, I think that even that whole stereotype itself could be a manifestation of the leveraging of this kind of borderline value system, or using conventions in order to disguise and leverage, a kind of certain murky transactional elements that allows them to have this narrative inception of things. Anyway, and that how that has even been encoded into the female identity in some sense, I think is part of a kind of strategic deployment of the small contingent of women that orchestrate this kind of modus operandi. So I mean, I don't see this as representative of all women, but I do think that in some sense, women do recognize what is successful, and success is modeled. Popularity is keenly monitored and evaluated by a woman, and I think this is because when they're 4 years old, they're playing with dolls and looking at social relations and understanding how people relate to one another. They are keenly more in tune to tracking these sorts of things, and that's just a statistical divergence in some sense. Obviously, there are outliers. Because statistical generalization should not come to bear against individuals. I'm just making general observations which are relevant when when decoding how these stereotypes have been a residual, and essentially how they need to be decoded and uncloaked as to their actual relevance. Okay, I'm going to stop this recording. I don't have this planned on a piece of paper, and there's so many parts to this that this is probably going to sound a bit too convoluted to go through, but essentially there are a few things that I want to talk about in terms of borderline. The main thing is, and this is really hard to get out, in terms of how they are strategically exposing or treating their codependent host as a way to facilitate the imbalance within their own strategy in some sense. And how that effectively is the same thing as the different ways in which the covert narcissist phases between covert and overt narcissism, how a narcissist phases between covert and overt, is sort of encapsulated into how a borderline is treating their host. And in the same sense that I try to explain that in the analogy of hermetic alchemy, in terms of how the property of gender, or the trait of gender, in that spiritual metaphor, is confused between covert and overt, that this problem is fundamentally exported onto the host for the borderline. So in some sense, the borderline doesn't have to deal with this, can have a more consistent psychopathy. That the borderline psychopathy is an unbroken chain, where at least the narcissist, in some sense, because of being bandied about between the two phases of covert and overt, can actually experience, let's say, the cost of their own internal pathology to some degree, and sort of that manifests as a kind of as a growing problem within the structural makeup of the narcissist, whereas the kind of what I've already described as the inverted narcissism of the borderline, which is a construct which Sam Vaknin has espoused at some point at least, which I think is generally is part of the borderline mechanism. Might not be common to all borderlines, but I think it generally is what the personality structure is somewhat orientated around. Just exports this problem. In some sense, they're extracting both energies from their host, male and female, in that they have this leveraging and extraction of control. They're trying to extract heuristics and control from their host, because then that can be leveraged against them to take the blame for everything, for every outcome and every unmet expectation that the borderline has, that's sort of baked into the narrative that they're directing. So the identity or the role that their host is playing is the fall guy, is the scapegoat. But essentially the kind of control, because they need a level of control as well, because if they don't get any kind of resistance, the fundamental incoherence in their belief structure, in some sense, has to be managed. Somebody else has to sort of cater to the fundamental incoherence, which means that essentially somebody else has to control everything, becomes that ubiquitous feature of reality to help to make the narrative fit for the borderline, to make the narrative sufficient in navigating reality. So without that kind of codependent host supplying that kind of ubiquitous control, or at least accountability for everything, then essentially the narrative loses its luster, it loses its purchase. And in some sense, without some kind of resistance from a host, there's no check and balance against, let's say, just the spiraling, delusional, kind of magical thinking that the narrative can start sort of toying with. So without a kind of, when I say control, I also mean a kind of resistance to the borderline's incoherent beliefs, or at least ostensible beliefs that are suggested by their feeling mask or something like that. In some sense, I do think that the genuine beliefs of the borderline is just that kind of abrogation of even the very notion of agency, that there is no such thing as agency in the borderlines worldview in some sense, and they can psychopathically even communicate this if you show them that it's safe for them to talk about their real beliefs in some sense and to represent their real beliefs. And that is also one way of precipitating a persistent mask, because essentially they will only wear a mask in as much as it facilitates their deployment of the narrative. They're very one track minded in that way. So if you have a kind of safe space of truth, then they can be plain that they don't give a shit about other people's feelings and their integrity, and essentially it's all just managing the narrative and managing a certain level of coercion. And generally, they will only even talk that way if essentially they feel that they can intellectually get away with extracting sympathy for their perspective, for that framework, that essentially, well, everyone else is like that, wouldn't you say? That's the kind of the tone of the attitude in some sense. So they're extracting control, which is in some sense a kind of like, you could call it the masculine energy. So they're extracting masculine energy, but then at the same time, they constantly need that control, but then at the same time they expect a level of believing in their pure feelings, in their good, in their positive valence or whatever, in their oh, I'm just a naive and innocent pure feeler, like I just feel my pure feelings, and I feel bad all the time because things don't go my way, essentially, or basically the glass house defense, the kind of the carrot, which was also sort of developed in order just to get people, because if they were always just in the other mode, they wouldn't be able to get access to people to toy with them in some sense. The only way that they can sort of entrap people is by producing a carrot in some sense, where they are pretending to be open-minded and an equal participant or something like that. And so they have this kind of they have this fake good faith sort of valence, that they have positive feelings, that they want good things for people, that they care about people. But that in some sense is just part of sort of blending into a culture so that they can pass off the attachment to their host, so that they can um, expose them essentially to absorbing the narrative, or the glass house defense. So they have to build themselves up as a kind of, as someone who deserves protection and security, and that they're going to eventually extract it in the form of a kind of intellectual sympathy, while at the same time extracting control, but extracting sympathy simultaneously. The problem is that when they are extracting sympathy in this way, it's fundamentally corrosive to their extraction of control. So they need to extract control, but then they also need to extract sympathy, which usually comes in the form of that you've betrayed me. Your control that you've provided has not met all my expectations, so my expectations have been betrayed, and now I have to get delusional about reality, and things aren't going my way, and it makes me feel so bad that I lose track of reality. Please help me, because your control is deficient. Your control isn't good enough for me, and it's making me go crazy because it's not supplying me with everything that I wished for. So that's the kind of decompartmentalization, which in some sense, or that's not exactly the decompartmentalization, but that's the kind of incoherence which they can only get their host to endure if their host essentially has been broken down and conditioned into having to engage with that kind of deal, with that kind of exposure. Like, who would tolerate that kind of inconsistency? So the only person, they have to condition someone in order to so that they will tolerate that kind of inconsistency, so that they will be entrapped by having to solve that puzzle constantly. And then the borderline can just keep on updating the puzzle, and sort of just by introducing new elements and elaborating the narrative into a new version, they can always get their host to sort of to be solving a problem for them, which they are innocently just in the center of the confection thereof, which they are just narrating from their subjective relativistic point of view, and this just goes on ad nauseum. So the problem is that essentially they're trying to extract a kind of a pure, that their host must be a kind of must respect their purity, their emotional purity, and if the host does not eventually sort of grows wise about this recurring theme and says, no, actually, like there's something rotten in the state of Denmark, piss off, then essentially then they can throw their toys out the cot, and then they can sort of try to leverage more transactional things. But essentially, I mean, the problem is that on an intellectual level, it's just so toxic, because it's like you provided the wrong control. Your control isn't good enough. Give me better control, but treat me as an equal, and that my feelings are equal to yours. And so it's like, no wait, I'm not describing it well. I mean, it's an unstable paradigm in some sense. It's an unstable form of extraction, because essentially the extraction is built on an accusation and aspersions that are being cast constantly. So it's to force the host, in order to defend against the accusations against them, that they are then entrapped into performing in terms of the covert contracts, in some sense, which is premised on the naivete and the sort of the borderline. So the borderline is sort of using the fact that they're too simple, but then they have the wherewithal in order to enforce a kind of retributivist project. So they've got this kind of retributivistic attitude that's based on a sort of adjudication and justice and arbitration over their own lost expectations, which were premised on extracting control from the other person. So obviously the other person then wants to stop giving any kind of control, because that is the facility through which this unsustainable sort of pandering and catering to the borderline's narrative, so I mean, and I guess it's only inconsistent from the perspective of the host. It's only perspective from the person being exposed to this kind of myriad role that is being cast on them, that they have to respect the other person's feelings while sacrificing their own emotional integrity, in order to just clean up the narrative from the borderline's perspective and play the role as the narrative needs to unfold in order for the narrative to be canonical. So essentially a kind of reality inception of this kind of non-stop reality game that is being perpetrated on the host. So and in some sense, I think that this is a kind of ideological recipe of what the Führer principle is, in some sense, an external locus of control, someone who will control everything, that will control the narrative, that essentially that the narrative that the borderline is directing, or at the center thereof, is being catered to and pandered to by the savior of the system, who belongs to the identity, who belongs to the role that is being played, and the role deserves a paternalistic sort of father. So there is this sort of that the state of the narrative is something that deserves to be adopted by an external locus of control, and that somebody else should be providing that sort of that stability. Um, and essentially, if someone doesn't, then they have every excuse, or they have every, by this formula, they have every right to sort of to throw a tantrum, and to be as bratty as they like, and to be as sadistic as they like, because someone is not willing to sort of to marry that um, formula and to regulate it externally in some sense. And so it again, it's premised on essentially transferring agency into a narrative formula and externalizing accountability. Well, essentially, they only have this kind of this functional accountability into maintaining the mechanism of the formula of narrative navigation. And so all they have to do is just model a narrative, map a narrative, and then leverage that as people's roles in a kind of scripted fashion, directing people to play those roles and to punish them like a director would berate perhaps someone who was not following the script. That is the role that they play. That is the kind of participation that they're in. But it's very hard to take someone seriously as a director when they are being just as fragile as the people that they're supposedly directing, when they don't actually take real leadership, but when they expect leadership from other people and control from other people. So it's like you're an actor on their set, you're being berated, and then you're expected to direct for them. And then if you don't, if the production doesn't win the Oscar, then it's all your fault, and then you owe them an Oscar, and then you'll be invited back on their next production, on their next movie, and you have to do all the work to make up for the last failed production because it didn't meet their expectations of the outcomes that they expected and desired and felt entitled to. And because that formula of the narrative works, they can just keep on doubling down that if things don't go their way, it's just always somebody else's fault, and they need and they just have a growing tab in their mind. They've got this descriptive mass that they can always just describe that somebody else is accountable to delivering it for them. Somebody else is always on the hook. And so as long as that they just remember everything according to the narrative, what happened to them, then they can always just leverage it against a later person to make it up to them. So there's always an opportunity to sort of to redeploy the descriptive mass in the narrative on a new scapegoat, essentially, because they just keep control of the system, they keep track of the system, of a kind of systemic narrative, and then they can just always apportion expectation. They can always leverage an expectation against a new identity. That's why there's that tendency towards borderlines thinking of their partners as being ubiquitous in reality, in some sense, that they're everywhere, because then essentially they can navigate anything with that formulaic tool in some sense. And so it's a kind of it's an active self disorientation, or active self delusional thinking in some sense, which is being constantly re-engaged every time they essentially it's all patterned into how they treat people in some sense. You could call it a defective degree of it's all how they treat their own agency, essentially, which then transpires as how they treat other people's agency and integrity, and then as a tertiary effect, it's how they treat reality. But to call it an alloplastic defense is really to get it completely backwards and to get it completely in the wrong order. And in some sense, that is a symptom of what they are doing. That's not, and that's a very superficial description of what they are doing as an alloplastic defense. Alloplastic defense of a strategy that they are actively engaged in terms of doubling down on this dispersal of agency into a narrative, which they are actively in the process of sort of performatively directing and managing. And as they continue to unfold that narrative in a very concerted way, in a very precisely confected way, I might add as well, in a very almost Machiavellian, lucid, albeit covert, analytical, sort of process of manipulation. And until they sort of decode that sophisticated level of engagement, they have no way of coalescing that into, oh yes, the actual problem is that I don't respect agency. And yeah, perhaps it's hard to describe something that someone doesn't believe, a belief that is alien to someone, that is incongruent with their current sort of set of beliefs. It's not really easy to just import a belief from the ground level in some sense, that you need to talk about, beliefs from a kind of first principles and having actions that are congruent with beliefs, and so you have examples of how people are interacting and how this relates to their internal belief structure. And when someone does not have a belief in agency, because they believe in the importance of extracting sympathy, intellectual sympathy, for a narrative which is more important to them than other people. And then I guess maybe you do need to have a sort of gradient scale of how you explain how that would operate on the smallest example, on the most basic sort of practical example of tracking other people's fear and doing something for that, and finding something to offer to the other person in order to assist them with the fear that you can imagine that they have, or that you're tracking or evaluating that they have, so that you can actually practice caring about the emotional states of other people and conserving those emotional states, and not trying to change them directly, but trying to respect them and allow them to be expressed without sort of managing them covertly. Or at least allowing them to change based on their own internal choices in some sense, and not trying to make them be changed, and try to also, borderlines do a lot of things where when they communicate, they, in a very kind of overtly manipulative and sort of childish and juvenile way, they will derail subjects. They will change the subject at a very critical juncture to sort of frustrate the other person, but also because where that subject was going was going to inconvenience them perhaps in some future aspect in terms of what they're trying to drive at, so they will test a subject, and then they'll retreat and then go into another subject in order to try to sort of set the tone, and then they'll revisit the subject and hope that that last tone that was visited will kind of bleed into the other subject. And so they will kind of selectively edit communication in real time in that way, to try to extract a kind of what someone has said, because then they can take what that person has said and then they can use it essentially against them, and use it as leverage, and use it as a bargaining chip, or as a piece of a narrative, essentially. And they are constantly trying to make these puzzle pieces that make up the narrative. And it's that kind of level of Machiavellian tactics, they that's something that I don't, even if they admit to it, I mean, they have to stop doing it as well. But even getting them to admit to it, I think, is even quite challenging. So it's quite sickening to an extent. And when you are on that level of sort of development with a borderline, you just realize that you're dealing with someone who's just not motivated. They don't want to care about anything other than their own unilateral deployment of the narrative. It's a motivational problem. They don't want to change their pathology. They like being psychopaths. They are very they care more about controlling other people than they do about respecting them. That's what makes them psychopathy. That's the nature of their psychopathy. They don't want to change their thinking. They don't want to change their they have chosen the systemic framework because that gives them power. That gives them access to power. Um, they have chosen essentially to find some strange, weird excuse as to why agency essentially gets put into the sausage machine, into the gets blended up and dispersed into the systemic framework. Um, and so and usually that is facilitated by and large by a kind of misdirection, by a kind of mealy mouthed, sort of saying something, and then there's a but, and then they go into the narrative bullshit. Okay. Anyway, I guess that's a recapitulation.